round 3 of the 1995 World Solo Speedway Grand Prix, and we're in Germany, in Abensberg, 50 miles north of Munich, on a beautiful summer's day, as this 1995 series now reaches the halfway stage. Abensberg, as you can see, is a typically Bavarian rural township, and the weather here for Hans Nielsen and the rest of the contenders really is perfect. Well, it's quiet and pastoral now, but when the 16 riders contesting this series start to move into action in just a few hours' time, then the whole of Bavaria will be alive. Well, have a few eggs to talk about once the excitement starts. Bavaria, of course, is one of the hotbeds of speedway interest in Germany. There are several tracks in the area. Indeed, initially Landshut was the first to be named for the German staging round, but when they worked out the costs, they decided no, so it switched here to Abensberg, where they don't have a lot of speedway, but they have one or two normal ceremonies. We can see a wedding in operation about to take place. So it looks all oh so summery, with the temperatures up in the 80s, the fans relaxing before the start of this third round. And it's not just the fans that are taking in the sunshine, because as we look around we can pick out one or two familiar figures. Over there, gently in the shade, Marvin Cox, of course the man of Kent, now based here in Bavaria, so he's very much at home, and he'll be going into this third round feeling very, very much at home. The crowd beginning to build up now, and there's a tangible feel in the air which has pervaded right the way through this entire Grand Prix series. There's an excitement, there's an electricity, and of course there are the pre-meeting entertainments. The Abensberg track, of course, a typically German track, 400 metres. The last major final to be staged here was the 1985 European Junior Championship, which of course was the forerunner of the World Under-21. It was won incidentally by Per Jonsson with a 15-point maximum ahead of his fellow Swede Jimmy Nilsson. And Gerd Riss, who is the wildcard German in today's meeting at this track, rode in that final, but the 8,000 fans that came to cheer him were none too happy. Finished on 9 points in 5th place, and he'll be hoping to do better than that today. He's in the big league now, but we're told he's on a super tune bike. There are the two main protagonists, Hans Nielsen on the right, Tony Rickardsson there, just looking at track conditions. Well, Bavaria, of course, famous for beer, and on a day like today, one suspects a few pints may descend down a few throats. It is very, very dry, and a lot of water will need to go down if this track isn't to become a dust bowl as the meeting unfolds. And the crowd are rolling in now. They're coming from all over. Of course, Thomas Golub, this Pole, will have a number of his fans. They follow him around. They're fans from all over Europe. The Brits, of course, will be here. And, of course, the souvenirs are in great demand. Filling up very, very healthily at the moment. The crowd at Abensberg basking in Bavarian sunshine. And our man in the pits, Nigel Pearson, has been talking to some of the riders.
Okay, down here in the pits then, here in Abensberg, we've got Chris Louis with us, Big English Hope, of course. Chris, what are your thoughts going into tonight's meeting?
Well, obviously you've got to make the A final, you know, that's what we're aiming to do all the way through, and obviously it's going to be a tough meeting. I think the track's going to be a little bit slick, so starts are going to be very important.
Now, what about the practice? What happened there? Are you quite happy with the way things are shaping up?
Yeah, things went okay, and I mean, to me, I felt quite slow, but talking to other people, I think everybody felt slow. You know, it's just the nature of the track, and you know, I was relatively happy when we done our starts. I felt I was quick enough, so looking forward to it.
What about the series so far then? You've had 2 so far, Poland and Austria. What are your thoughts so far?
Well, obviously Poland went very well, and Austria, I was riding okay. We just had some bad luck in one race, which knocked us right down the order. So obviously today, looking to make up for that.
And the machinery, are you quite satisfied with the bikes?
Yeah, they seem to be going good yesterday. We tried 3 engines, and you know, they all seemed okay. So we're giving it the best shot.
Okay, we wish you well, Chris. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Mark Loram's with us then now here in the pits. Mark, looking ahead to tonight's action, what are your thoughts? Are you positive about the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be. You know, practice went okay yesterday. Enjoyed myself riding the track. You know, just got to get out and take each race as it comes.
What about the build-up today? How have you spent the day today?
Just lazing around doing nothing really. You can't really do a lot else. I'll keep out of the sun because it seems to drain me a bit. So obviously, with it being so hot today, I haven't done anything.
What about the series so far, Poland and Austria? You must be quite happy with the standings at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, you know, I'm quite happy with the way I've gone. You know, I just sort of like, I suppose my expectations are getting higher now that I've done well in the first 2 rounds. So I just got to, you know, keep the gas on and see how it goes.
Is it a bit too early to say whether you feel you can be a genuine title contender at this stage?
I think it is a bit too early. You know, this will be the midway, so obviously this is quite a critical one. Important to see how we can get going. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we wish you well anyway, Mark. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
Ollie Olsen is with us then here, building up to the Abensberg Grand Prix here in Germany. Ollie, another good atmosphere building up here for this 3rd round.
Yeah, sure. We have been lucky with the first 2 very good events, and it seems the same thing will happen here.
Obviously a big turnout expected tonight because the Germans are always very enthusiastic, aren't they?
That's right. There will be maybe 20,000 people here with capacity, so that'll be very good.
You were full of praise for the riders after the Austrian Grand Prix in the press conference. They put on a terrific show, didn't they? And it's gone so well so far.
Yes, what we have come up with, the actual racing and everything, has been very good, and we're very pleased with that. Everybody raced very hard, and of course they earn good money with it, so they want to go hard too.
So you'll be looking for similar entertainment tonight?
I'm sure it will be.
Thanks for joining us, Ollie. All the best.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've got Craig Boyce here now then. Craig, first of all, beautiful weather for it. What do you think the track's going to do tonight?
Yeah, I practiced yesterday. It was very, very slick, and I think it's going to be a Gators track today and hard to pass, but I have to wait and see how it goes.
Does that seem pretty negative then, or are you still confident?
Yeah, I'm confident. You know, I tried my laydown bike yesterday and it was no good again, so I'm just sticking to the uprights which I ride in England, and fingers crossed so I can make some good starts and get some points on them.
How do you feel about the Grand Prix so far for you personally, Craig? You've had 2 rounds now. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm enjoying the Grand Prix. I think it's really good. It gives you a chance, like as for me, I haven't had such good luck in the first couple of rounds, but sometimes I think some of the venues that they've picked up don't really bring the best out of the sport, but then I suppose that's just the way it goes.
Okay, and what do you think of the Abensberg venue overall?
Hard to pass and not one of the better ones to pick, but everybody's in the same vote, so you have to go with it.
Okay then, Craig, thanks for joining us. All the very best.
Thank you. See ya.
Jan Steckmann is with us now then. Jan here in the German Grand Prix. Well, unexpected I suppose, Jan, because I think it's a case of a change of rules or whatever it is. You're here anyway because it looked as though you were out at one stage.
Yeah, originally I was told I was reserve, and then next thing I get a phone call from Ollie Olsen saying that they have clarified the rules and that I'm back in, and I'm just, you know, it was nice phone call to get, you know. I was really happy, and it's not every day you get 2 chances.
Maybe changing the rules is the wrong word, like you say, clarify. At least, you know, people know exactly where they stand now. Yeah,
you know, it's a new tournament. There's always going to be a lot of doubt and a lot of misunderstandings how to interpret the rules. And yeah, sure. I mean, I feel sorry for Michael, but on the other hand, you know, he's already had 2 Grand Prix, and he was only supposed to have maybe 1. So, yeah, you know, we have a saying in Denmark that the death of one man is another man's living. So I suppose you have one in English like that too.
Don't ask me that. Anyway, but looking at it, Jan, I mean, it has to be said that in Austria you didn't have the best of luck, did you? I mean, your bike packed up, and it was just one of those nights for you, and now it's come good for you, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, like I said, you know, it's not every day that you get 2 chances, and it was an expensive weekend for me in Austria, and boy, was that a long way home.
Of course.
Yeah, I broke a rod in my GM, and the Jawa seized the piston, so It's not so much the, of course it's bad enough about the money, but you know, you tend to think about the points that you lost, and like I said, you know, sure was a long way home. It seemed like a lot more miles than there actually was.
And what about tonight? Your thoughts going into this meeting? Is it just a bonus for you to be here tonight, or are you going for the top spot?
Oh, you always got to go for it. You know, I do my best whenever I race, and you know, it's going to be an extremely tough meeting, and the track is a bit slick, or was in practice, so gating is going to be important, which I suppose it is in all these rounds. But yeah, I'll be going for it. You know, it's like a second chance. I didn't expect to be in the meeting, but now that I am, I'm going to try and make the most of it.
Okay, we wish you well, Jan.
Thanks, I need it. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, Gary Havelock is with us now then. Gary, looking ahead to tonight's action, just like everybody else, I suppose, with positive thoughts.
Yeah, certainly. You know, I got after the last Grand Prix, decided to go and try and concentrate on the lay-down bike. So we've got 2 of them now, and gonna go for that. And it seemed all right in practice. Let's give it a go.
Was that a problem in Austria, perhaps? A little bit of indecision about the machinery you're going to use?
Definitely, yeah, I think so, especially in the early part of the meeting, and might have cost me points, it might not have, who knows, but there you go, I finally made a decision. Now we're going to try and stick with the laydowns and get them going and see what happens.
How disappointed with you with your performance in Austria? You would have liked to have done better, I suppose.
Yeah, I wouldn't, you know, the way it went as well, I felt I could have done a lot better, you know, if I'd ridden my laydown from the start, I might have got something out of my first ride, then I had a second and a win. I was winning my 4th ride when they stopped the race, so it just didn't really go for me. You know, I could have ended up with 9 or 10 points quite easily.
That's right. What about generally this season? Obviously with Bradford in the British League and other commitments as well, you're as busy as ever.
Yeah, it's madness this year. Especially this month, I've been like, you know, here, there and everywhere. I had Sweden Tuesday. I had to get up at 4:30, fly back to England. Got home, I had 2 hours at home, packed all my bags, went off to Hull, rode at Hull Wednesday night, left straight after the meeting and drove here.
Is that the way you like it?
Nah, it can get a bit too hectic, you know. That's been a typical week lately. We had about 11 meetings in 13 days about 2 weeks ago, so it's real busy, but after this it's a bit quieter because Sweden doesn't run in July, so we're alright.
So you don't feel tired going into tonight's meeting, exhausted or anything? You're up for it, 100% fit?
Oh, for sure, yeah, you know, it's this heat's going to take a lot out of us, I think, but hopefully it'll cool off a bit by the time we start the race.
All right, Gary, thanks for joining us, all the best.
Cheers.
Gerd Risch is with us now then, the German entry in tonight's German Grand Prix. Gerd, you must be looking forward to tonight's meeting with it being in your home country.
Yeah, it's in my home country. I tried to go good tonight, but getting very hard for me. I'm today only the white card rider here, and nothing happened to my position in the end. So, but I want to go good.
You're here to enjoy it?
Yes, to look what it's like, and I think it will be a good meeting tonight.
What about your machines? You always have a reputation of having fast engines. Are you quite happy at the moment?
Yes, I'm happy. I prefer more the long truck. I was world champion in 1991, and I'm normally looking for the long truck, but today I'm here.
But Abensberg is a big flat track. That should suit you?
Yeah, it's a big truck, but yesterday was very slick, and I think you need not a very strong engine. You need a good engine for the slick tracks, like the Speedways normally.
Okay, good. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you enjoy yourself.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Billy Hamill is with us then, and Billy, tonight's meeting, I suppose the first priority for you is to aim for a repeat of Austria.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I think it'll be a little harder than Austria because I was obviously in that final. I think the other riders, mainly Hans Nilsson and Tony Rigertson, were kind of concentrating on themselves and not really concerned with me. Whereas today, I think they'll probably give me a second look. So maybe I'll have to ride even better than I did in Austria, and that's what I'm looking to do.
I think with this Grand Prix, Billy, I think people fail to realise just what a hard job it is, not just to win the thing, but to get in the A final in the first place. You have to be in the top 4 scorers in one of the world's best lineups.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's all about the finals, and obviously, like you say, it's getting that top 4 in this sort of league, you know, where talent isn't, it's few and far between, really. So, you know, it's just you need a little bit of luck. Your machines need to be going good. You just everything's got to be going your way on the day to even get in that top 4, and that goes for everybody here.
Okay, and what about in practice on Friday night? What were your thoughts in practice?
I'm confident with the way things are going. I'm not overconfident. You know, when I started my first practice session, I wasn't real happy, but we kind of, you know, capitalized on that first practice, set up the bike. I went a little overboard on setting up the bike, and then the mechanics and everything set it up for the second practice, and it was a little bit better. So hopefully we'll have it right from the get-go today.
What have you done today then? How have you passed the time?
How have I passed the time? Oh, just, you know, a normal day, really.
What, relaxing, doing nothing?
No, I can't.
That's a normal day for you.
Yeah, relaxing, doing nothing, you know. I always tend to keep busy, you know. Christina kind of makes sure of that, so...
You don't get nervous, do you?
Well, you do get nervous, you know, but we don't want to get carried away, do we?
We don't. We wish you well for tonight, Billy.
All
Thanks
right.
for joining us.
Thanks.
Great.
All right.
Tommy Knudsen is back in the Grand Prix tonight, of course, here in Abensberg. Must have been very frustrating for you in Austria, Tommy.
Very much, yeah. I didn't like it much there, obviously, because I was just a spectator, but today I'm in and I've got a chance, and the practice yesterday went really well. I'm pleased with my new engine from Niesler. It was very fast, so I'm hopeful that I can have a top result today.
Of course, you were very unlucky in Poland, and that's the whole reason you had to miss the Austrian meeting anyway, with that crash in Poland. How's the fitness? Are you 100%?
On the bike, I don't have any problems at all. My shoulder was giving me a bit of problems for a while, but when I'm riding now, it's fine.
And what about your schedule this year? Are you still enjoying your Speedway?
Yeah, not so much the last couple of months, obviously, because of my injury, but I'm hoping for a good result today, and I mean, the chance of me going down to reserve again for the next one is pretty big, but I got to be in the top 3, I think, to have a chance to stay in, because it's the Grand Prix points that count.
Of course. Now, obviously, you had many happy years in England with Coventry. Do you ever have thoughts back of England? Do you ever miss it?
Some things, obviously. There's always, I mean, I had many very happy years in England, and I've always been happy to live over there, and also I was happy with the Speedway, but now it suits me better in Denmark, and I'm very happy back there.
Life moves on, I suppose.
Well, this is it. Things change.
We wish you well for tonight, Tommy. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks.
Henke Gustafsson now then, the next interview, and Henke, looking to tonight's meeting, what are your thoughts for the German Grand Prix?
I hope to do a bit better than the first two for me personally, and hopefully the track should be alright and we can do some passing on it.
What were your thoughts on practice last night?
It was a bit too slick, but I said it was going to water it a bit more today, so should be alright.
And what about your form so far this year? Are you quite happy?
Yeah, it's been better and better all year, I reckon, and my starts have been better, so hopefully I can make them 6 starts today.
Obviously, we have to ask you the obvious question. Do you miss British Speedway at all?
No, I miss Britain, but I not missed all the racing, all the travelling and all that. I'm quite busy over here anyway, so...
So you're quite happy with the way things are going for you at the moment?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and I suppose the priority for you is like everybody else, to reach that A final tonight, the top 4 scorers.
Yeah, that's right. That's the same.
Okay, we wish you well, Henke. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We're over the other side of the pits then now, and Marvin Cox is with us. Marvin, just tell us how you've been preparing for today's meeting. What have you been doing with yourself today?
I've been lying by the swimming pool relaxing in the shadow. A little bit of sunshine. Had a pizza and some chips for lunch, and now just getting a few goggles ready, and all the bikes are ready. It's only killing time, which is boring, you know.
Are you nervous at all?
No, not at the moment. It will be come 6:30, 7 o'clock when everyone's here and horns start making a noise and people shouting and heart starts beating.
I suppose you'll have a few people supporting you here tonight.
Why? Because it's in Germany? Or?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think there'll be a bit of... I think when it's such a big meeting like this, I think the people that come and watch, it's more for the sport than more so much individually people, you know.
Okay, what about the 2 Grand Prix so far? How do you feel about your own personal performances?
Well, obviously the first one wasn't so good, but the last one in Neustadt was better, so hopefully I can capitalise on that and go better today again.
Okay, are you confident going into tonight's meeting then?
Until now, yeah. Just got to get my brain together just before the start and make some starts and ride hard and ride strong and come out on top.
Okay, Marvin, we wish you well.
Okay, thanks.
Greg Hancock is with us now then. Greg, obviously a beautiful evening. How have you been preparing for tonight's match?
Oh, trying to stay as cool as possible, I think. It's been a pretty warm day, so we're just trying to take advantage of the decent weather, but also trying to stay out of it a little bit so you don't wear yourself out too much.
What about this stage of proceedings? I suppose it's a case of killing time. Do you get nervous at this time?
Well, not so much. I'm a bit relaxed at the moment, so that's the key to it, is to try to stay as relaxed as you possibly can, and you know, try not to spend too much time here during the day. Otherwise, you got time to think about everything, and you want to get your mind off that stuff and do what you do normally every day.
Just tell us your thoughts on the Grand Prix so far. For you personally, you've had 2 Grand Prix meetings now. How does Greg Hancock feel about it?
I'm pretty positive with the whole thing. I think it's been a great system, and so far we've seen some great racing, some great entertainment, great crowds, and the organization, as I said before, has been great. So I can't really knock it in any way. It's just let's hope it carries on that way and gets even better.
Your performance improved in Austria, or the result improved in Austria, so there's something to build on again tonight.
That's right, so I just got to keep climbing that ladder and trying to get the points, and I could do with winning a few rounds here now, so that's my ultimate goal. I've got to get out there and win something and give myself a little bit of self-satisfaction.
All right, Greg, thanks very much for joining us. All the very best for tonight.
That's great, thanks, Nigel.
Cheers. Tony Rickardsson is with us now then. Tony, when we spoke in Austria, you said you've been preparing for the Grand Prix by a round of golf. Has it been the same today?
Yeah, that's right. We went 18 this morning, me and Henka and Olli Turvainen and team manager and everybody. So it's been we had a better round this time. So hopefully we can have a better meeting here too.
Are you in a relaxed mood now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, you know, and like I'm feeling like at the last Grand Prix and at the last couple of weeks. So I'm really looking forward to it tonight.
Now in Austria, of course, you went through the card in the qualifying races with 5 straight wins. Couldn't quite manage it in the final. I suppose really tonight the priority must be first place in that A final.
Well, I don't know, you know, I'm happy if I qualify for the final, and as long as I beat the top guys, you know, and I can hopefully be leading off the halfway stage, that would be really good, you know. But it's not the end of the world, you know, if I'm not winning tonight, as long as I'm up there.
So it's the same as Austria, really? You're not really desperate to win tonight?
No, that's right, you know, as long as you beat the right boys, you know, you're going to be up there anyway, so that's all what counts.
Okay, Tony, have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
All right.
Hans Nielsen has just walked the track. Hans, what do you feel about the track?
I think it looks better today. Yesterday practice it was rather slick, obviously practicing on a hot Sunday afternoon, but they're giving it a lot of water today, and I think, you know, by the time the sun goes down, you know, it should stay in the track, and I think it could be good.
Do you feel it'll be good for you?
Yeah, I think it'll be good for everybody. I mean, obviously it'll be nice to know that if you miss a start, there's possibilities of passing, so I think it'll be good for everybody.
This Grand Prix has been superb so far, great entertainment. We must be hoping for more of the same tonight.
Hopefully, yes. It's a great start, and it's, I think, proven that that's the right way ahead, so hopefully it can continue as a success.
And are you in a confident mood tonight, Hans?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would like to win this one.
And your priority is always to get in that A final, because you've always said that you'll be there or thereabouts at the end of the series.
Well, hopefully, yes. That obviously is the first object, and then yes, I would like to win one of the finals as well, or two. So hopefully, maybe tonight could be the one.
We wish you well, Hans. All the very best.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We're in the crowd now, sampling the atmosphere here in Germany. And first of all, what's your name and where are you from?
Peter Elliott, and I'm from Edinburgh.
A Monarchs fan, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, enjoying yourself in the Premier League this year?
Yes, it's been good. We're a good draw at Swindon on Saturday and an excellent one at Exeter on Monday.
Okay, and is this your first Grand Prix?
This is my first Grand Prix. I was supposed to go out to Austria, but the expense was a bit too much for me, so I decided no.
But the weather stayed nice, and obviously it's looking good for tonight.
It's looking really good tonight. I just hope they've done a really good job on the track. And I know they'll struggle to keep it damp, but I think they'll have done a good job.
What do you think of the Grand Prix so far from what you've seen?
I think it's a really good job because obviously the publicity we're getting through Sky News and Sky Sports are really good. Any publicity is good for Speedway, and I think it's good.
Thanks for joining us and enjoy the evening.
No problem, thank you.
We're on the terracing here in Albansberg now then, and obviously everybody looking forward to the big meeting tonight. Who are you supporting tonight? Who are you cheering for?
It's obvious, Craig Boyce.
Craig Boyce,
yeah.
Okay. Right. So obviously, Craig, your favourite rider. Do you get much chance to see Craig in action?
No, not much. I'm here from Germany, and we don't see him very often.
What's so special about Craig Boyce?
He's Australian. I like Australia.
Okay. Do you think he can win tonight?
Well, probably not. Maybe. He's an outsider tonight.
Who do you think will win?
Well, Rickardson.
Tony Rickardson.
Yeah.
Does he have that little bit more than Hans Nielsen at the moment?
Well, I think so, yeah. Well, there's not much difference between the two.
Okay. Will Gerd Risch do well tonight?
Yeah, he will reach the B final, I think, yeah. He's good enough to do that.
Okay. Will we see some good racing on this track?
Yes, it's obviously, it's most of the time it's very good racing here. Yeah.
Okay. Enjoy the meeting and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, it would hardly be Bavaria without a marching band. The Lederhosen there, as we can see, evocative scenes of Speedway in a nation which, although it's always been an enthusiastic competitor, has never really had the results at world level that the interest in Speedway might deserve here in Germany. Egon Müller, of course, has won the individual title back in 1983. That was up north in Norden. We're deep in the south, and there's fans from all over the world and in all kinds of vantage points. Pits, of course, a hive of activity as always, a nerve centre. A lot of discussion now, of course, about the relative merits of the laid-down machinery against the upright bikes. Here's Sam Ermolenko having a word. Sam, who hasn't perhaps had as impressive a Grand Prix series as he would have wished. Barry Briggs, of course, 4 times world champion, now involved with television colour, as has been his way over a long period of years. And the gladiators enter the arena, and they're getting a very, very warm reception indeed. The German fans, of course, know their Speedway. They love their motorcycling. Perhaps their inclination is more towards long track racing, where the crowds are sensational and they love those high speeds. But Speedway is king today here in Bavaria. And there are fans from all around Europe. It looks pretty well a capacity, which is about 8,000 here at Abensberg. Tony Rickardson there, while he's in second place overall. Hans Nielsen is the leader, although he's yet to win an A final. Very, very consistent, the man to beat. Craig Boyce from Australia needs points, hasn't had an impressive series yet. Greg Hancock, same can be said for him really, the American. Had a good world final last year, hasn't really got hold of this yet. Tommy Knudsen back in after a fall. He's on a superbike, we're told, tuned by a new German maestro called Anton Nischler. Marvin Cox, we saw him in the sun. Now he's in riding apparel, ready for action. Henrik Gustafsson, always a dashing Swede. And Mark Laram, well, he's been in the final a couple of times, the A final. Seems to be having a few mechanical problems. Jan Stackman has been blowing motors up like firework nights. The Dane, he needs points. Chris Lowy from England, of course, in Ipswich. He's been in contention. Sudden Sam Ermolenko from the USA in Wolverhampton. Hasn't dominated as we thought he might. Thomas Golub, this modern woolly Pole who won the first round in his native land. Didn't do so well last time in Austria. Andy Smith, British champion. Word is from the pits he's happier with his machinery for this third round. Gary Havelock, can't be said the same for him. Javi, former world champion in the Paddington Bear hat. Not happy with his machinery, still experimenting. And there we have the German wildcard Gerd Risch, who could be a menace here. He is on an Anton Nischler tuned machine and could be a flyer. And that's one of the reserves, Mikael Karlsson from Sweden. And Billy Hamill started as a reserve in this tournament, won the last round, and is turning out to be perhaps the surprise packet. And Peter Carlson, the other reserve from Sweden, and Wolverhampton. We wonder if he'll get a chance to show his skills and talents here in Ravensburg. Well, you can see just how tightly they're packed in here in Ravensburg. Not perhaps one of the great stadiums of the world. We think about Olympic Stadium just 50 miles down the way in Munich. But it's a purpose-built track. It seems to have a fair amount of dirt down. It's been very heavily watered. And we're looking forward to some interesting racing. Now we join Bryn Williams in the pits.
Yes, and the tension beginning to mount as we move in to this third Grand Prix. Billy Hamill there chatting to his pit crew, including his engine tuner Carl Blomfeld, Gary Havelock getting prepared. He knows he needs points, as we said earlier, disappointing so far in this Grand Prix, but there's a man very much in with a chance of winning, the current world champion, Tony Ricardson. Meanwhile, Barry Briggs talking about old times with Eric Gunderson.
So coming up to heat number 1 of the third round of the 1995 World Speedway Grand Prix Series. If we have any newcomers to Speedway, it's 4 laps from a clutch start. They go in an anti-clockwise direction. You score 3 points for a win, 2 for a second, 1 for a third. No score for a last place. The machines are 500cc. They have a fixed gearing, and they're capable of acceleration from 0 to 60 in something like 3 seconds. Tony Ricardson going into grid 2. You can identify the riders by their helmet colours, red, blue, white and yellow and black quarters. That's the way they start on the line. That's the lineup for heat number 1. Billy Hamill on the inside from America. Next to him, Tony Ricardson, blue. Grid 3 has Craig Boyce in white on the outside. It is Gary Havelock from Bradford and England. The track is wet. It's been heavily watered as the way they go into the first corner, and Hamill gets the drop. Hamill's away. Hamill's in front. In second place, coming hard around the line, is Craig Boyce. Boyce moves into second place. Havelock on a real faceful at the first turn and gets filled in, and it is Billy Hamill who won the last round as Ricardson comes sweeping under Boyce there on the third turn. It is Billy Hamill in front. He made the start. It looked like a very, very good start from the inside. Boyce initially flourished into second place. Ricardson has moved through, and Havelock at the back took a face full of dirt and is making no impression at all. So now Ricardson, who we know has done some very, very, very good work from the back in the past. In fact, some of his passing in previous rounds and in last year's World Championship were a feature of the occasion. He has Billy Hamill, and Hamill is taking advantage here because remember, he only started as reserve for this tournament. He came in to the Austrian round, he won that, and he's looking really good here, and he could be a real dark horse. Ricardson certainly doesn't look like he's going to pull him in. Hamill goes over the line, a winner from pillar to post. Ricardson did the work he had to do to move up from third. It wasn't a particularly good start from the Swede. And poor old Gary Havelock, well, was never in contention after the first turn. Start again. This is Craig Boyce. You can see Hamill comes rushing up and takes Ricardson out, and look at Gary Havelock on the outside. He just gets hit there. Look at that. Oh, he is blinded. Meantime, clever piece of inside cornering from Tony Ricardson coming up. As you can see Hamill as they go into the third turn here at Ravensburg. No trouble for Billy Hamill. He's looking neat and tidy. Here is Gary Havelock again. You can see the wheel off the ground. He's tickling the clutch. But it's a long way across. He certainly hasn't got the drop, and from the inside they come roaring up, Hamill and Ricardson. And dirt flies. It's very, very sticky. And Hamill is setting sail.
So back to the pits comes the winner of heat number 1, Billy Hamill. What a great start for him, following his victory in Wiener Neustadt in the last Grand Prix, and certainly that'll settle any nerves that he may have had before this particular meeting. Yes, a great start indeed for the American, who they call the Bullet. But, well, there's a complete opposite of Billy Hamill's elation. Gary Havelock, as you can see, absolutely plastered there from head to foot, having been filled in at the first bend. Tony Ricardson, well, he did well, didn't he, to come through and snatch second place, getting congratulations there from Swedish team manager Bo Viraband. Meanwhile, the ultra-experienced Neil Street having a quick word with Boise. And there's the winner of heat number 1 once again, Billy Hamill.
Coming into heat number 2, with Andy Smith being pushed off, 29-year-old. Originally placed at reserve for this meeting, but due to a rethink by the FIM, he was brought back in, and he'll be hoping to take advantage of that. Gritty competitor, maybe just feels the pace a bit at this level. Greg Hancock, 25, it's 18-1 with the bookies. Finished 4th last year in the World Final. It's been a bit disappointing in this Grand Prix series so far. Thomas Golob, this spectacular Pole who won the Polish round, Ratswoff, and there is Hans Nielsen, age 35, current Grand Prix leader with 35 points. Certainly taking their time to settle. Hancock almost touched the tape, so they get underway, and from the inside it is Hans Nielsen who makes another storybook start. Golob comes hard under him, but Nielsen just seems to have the line. Hans Nielsen in front, Golob is second. In third place it is Andy Smith as they peel into the third corner here in Abensberg. And Nielsen, the style of the man, he really imposes himself, such authority on his racing. Made the start. It looked like the Pole Golob was moving up underneath him quite purposefully, but he just simply shrugged him off, Nielsen. And look at him go now. Third place Andy Smith, and at the back Greg Hancock, but this is Nielsen. His wife Suzanne is expecting an addition to the family around about the autumn. We wonder if Master Nielsen might just give his newborn a very special birth present with this Grand Prix crown. Certainly he's made the first 2 A finals, while others have been a little unpredictable. He has been consistent. He wins heat 2, second place Thomas Golob, third place in yellow and black Andy Smith. Nielsen again spelling it out. He's at home on every track, and he's the master of most. Look at the start again. You can see Hans Nielsen, his legs are all over the place, and so too is Golob. But Nielsen clearly has the drop. Andy Smith screws it around the outside, but just drifts out, finding nothing. And Golob looked just to get his nose in front there, but Nielsen was having none of it. The style of Hans Nielsen, leader of the Grand Prix series.
So here we are back in the pits, and Greg Hancock not looking at all happy following that opening heat. No points for him. He won't be at all happy with that. But Hans Nielsen, well, what can you say about the man? Sheer brilliance, and he must be odds-on favourite to take the title. As you can see in the foreground, Greg Hancock bitterly disappointed at his last place in the first ride, but there's a lot of time to go. Of course, the main priority for these riders is to get to the A final, and they can do that on 11 or 12 points. Well, it's very hot this evening in Ravensburg, as you can see the riders eager to get out of their leathers at the earliest opportunity, just to try and cool down. Ollie Olsen having a quick word with the CV people as we prepare for the next heat.
Coming up to heat number 3, Jan Stackman, 29-year-old Dane from the Hull Vikings. There we have Tommy Knudsen back in contention here, 33 now, 33 to 1 with the bookies too for this one. But he's on a specially tuned machine, and he has a very good reason for doing well, Tommy Knudsen, because after this Grand Prix, he's getting married on July the 15th to Bridget, and then off for a 2-week honeymoon before the Forest Grand Prix. So Knudsen may be feeling very much in the mood. Heat number 3, there's Tommy Knudsen. And on the outside, it's going to be Henrik Gustafsson. On the inside, Sam Ermolenko from America. He'll be in the red helmet. Next to him, there's Sam. Says this could well be a one-line racing track. Next to him in blue, Jan Stackman. Grid 3, looking at Stackman. Grid 3 will have Tommy Knudsen. On the outside, Henrik Gustafsson. Always a flamboyant competitor. Heat number 3. And again, it looks like the inside gives away first. It is Ermolenko and Knudsen around the outside. Knudsen there, gets into a slide, picks up the line and the drive, and Knudsen moves around the outside of Ermolenko and clearly has an awful lot of horsepower under his saddle, because he absolutely roared past Ermolenko. In third place at the moment, it is Henrik Gustafsson battling hard through into second place. And there is Knudsen. He always has been a thoroughbred performer at the very top level. And back there in third place is Sam Ermolenko, under some pressure from his former Wolverhampton clubmate Jan Stackman. And Sam seems just a little bit down on power. Gustafsson getting up to make Knudsen aware of his presence. But Tommy Knudsen does really smooth. See that Gustafsson is only a couple of bike lengths away, but Knudsen has the power down the straights, and he doesn't make many mistakes. He is looking in a very fair patch of form. Knudsen wins heat number 3, second place Gustafsson, third place Sam Ermolenko. He didn't look too sprightly. We'll watch the start again, and clearly it was Ermolenko from the inside, but just watch Tommy Knudsen. He gets to the corner there. And one would have rather thought Ermolenko might have rushed him up to the corner. He tried to, but just around the outside, just where there's some extra drive. Knudsen, legs flailing on the bike, simply runs away from him. Ermolenko can do nothing about a surge of power of that strength. Such a poetic quality about these pictures. Really is a sacrilege to try and talk over them. They tell their own story. Well, there goes Knudsen. And from that moment, heat number 3 was in his pocket. Gustafsson climbing all over Ermolenko, but he gets by.
Oh, back here in the pits, there's a very happy Tommy Knudsen. I expect he's happy underneath his helmet. We'll probably be having a look at him a little later on. Just oiling the chains as he came back. There was his mechanic. There's Henke Gustafsson. If only he could gate, well, I'm sure that he would be a world champion one day. Henke getting most of his points from the back, and that's always been the case for the exciting young Swede. And Jan Steckman, well, at least he didn't blow up a motor in that race. As we told you earlier, he's been doing that left, right and centre. He finished the race, but in last place, and that won't do his chances much good at all. Quite what's happening to Samo Malenko at the moment, no one really knows. I mean, he made the gate in that one. As you can see, a puzzled look on faces in his pits corner. Ordinarily, you would have expected Sam to go on to win that, but coming around the outside of him was Tommy Knudsen, who's now giving an interview to TV3, and the Danish TV company will be very happy that their countryman won that. Well, looking at the monitor there in the pits, you can see that's the sort of view we get from the helmet camera. And out there on the centre green, that's the press corps, complete with Mike Patrick at the front.
Here before, this is Marvin Cox, 30 years old. Currently based, of course, just up the road here from Abensburg. So he'll have a fair following on the terraces. And Marc Laram, age 24, has tended to fade in the final stages of the previous Grand Prix as the dirt has disappeared, but has been England's most consistent performer thus far. So Laram coming into the pole inside position. Next to him will be Chris Louis. Grid 3 in white, the West German Gerd Riss. The wildcard entry, there he is, and he is on a similar machine as Tommy Knudsen. And it'll be interesting to see just how he performs. Knudsen, a much more international campaigner than Gerd Riss, although Riss has ridden in World Finals and will feel very much at home on a native track. There is Chris Louis, 25 years old. It's his birthday tomorrow. And of course Marc Laram is his brother-in-law, so curious mixture here. Two Brits, Marvin Cox, a British expatriate based in Germany, and a German Gerd Riss. And we can see there Marvin Cox has the helmet camera, so we'll get this unique view of racing in Heat 4. Coming up then, there is Cox on the outside in the yellow and black quartered helmet. This is Heat 4. It's a very even break, and into the corner. It is Riss that leads it. Riss has got away, coming hard around the outside. It is Marvin Cox, but the Germans are on their feet. They're loving this because Gerd Riss is in front, and again that motor looks super powered. Gerd Riss carving up the Brits here. Look at the lead he's established already. What, 10, 15, maybe 20 lengths. Fair old battle going on for second place between Cox and Laram, but this is Gerd Riss. Goodness knows what his helmet cover is doing. It's there like a mini parachute. Look at the battle for second place. Cox in the yellow and black quartered helmet, and Marc Laram. This is Riss. Chris Louis at the back, he won't be happy, and again, well, the riders can take a fine if they lose their helmet cover. This is the battle, and Marc Laram goes charging past Marvin Cox. He's had to work very hard, but Gerd Riss, well, that is a surprise, it has to be said. Of course, on home territory, Riss was always going to be a threat, but he really carved up the Brits there. And the wild card is driving the German fans wild because they really did love that moment. Somehow or other the helmet cover stayed on. Well, watch the start again. This is Riss, just watch him go away from the start. And it must be said the grid looks fairly even for all four riders wherever they're starting from. Riss gets away here. This machinery really has got pulling power. On the outside there, Marvin Cox has got a fairly clear run. Coming into your picture now, it's Marc Laram. and Chris Louis, who missed the start, never really in contest in heat number 4. But Riss is away. And we wonder if this Grand Prix round is going to be a story of motors, because both he and Tommy Knudsen do seem to be supercharged, and the Germans and the German tuners do have a knack of producing really special motors for the big occasion. I'm thinking back to 1983 when Egon Müller won the World Championship, and his machinery then seemed to be 20 miles an hour quicker than anybody else. This unique view again from Marvin Cox. You suddenly see Gerd Riss come charging up on your inside on the left. There he goes. Marvin Cox just about saving the overcook, but no stopping Gerd Riss. The German in front, and the Germans loving it.
So back to the pits, and his helmet colour is still on, just about, but what a fabulous start for the wildcard entry, Gert Riss. Gert, of course, more accustomed to long track racing, although hasn't reached this year's final, and he's pretty upset about that because of the rule that prevents too many riders from one country going forward from the semi-finals. And would you believe he was ousted by fellow German Marvin Cox. Yes, Marvin Cox riding on a German licence for the second year running. But Rissy, well, it's a great start for him. Mark Lauren, second place, that's steady enough. Mark, like Henke Gustafsson's problem has always been getting out of the gate as an exciting rider, nevertheless. And as you can see, well sponsored by Banham Poultry of Norfolk. So the riders getting ready for heat number 5, and Marvin Cox having 2 rides on the trot. He comes out in red. Yes, yellow and black in the last one, and out in red for 2 rides on the trot in the next one. There's a lot of dirt being sprayed off of leathers and boots alike. Chris Louis there with the scraper. Doesn't look too deep out there at the moment, but obviously some dirt flying about.
Coming into heat number 5, there's the lineup. On the inside, Marvin Cox rides in red. Next to him, Billy Hamill, race winner first time out. He's in blue. Grid 3 has the spectacular pole. Thomas Golub has a second place. And on the outside, Tommy Knudsen appeared to be on a flying machine. Heat number 5. And it's really holding up here in Abensburg now. They've all had one ride, and we notice frantic activity going on. The word is that Hans Nielsen, though he won his first ride, has actually changed gear. That's how competitive it is. There is Knudsen. Looks so silky smooth first time out. He's on the outside this time. And they're under orders. And up to the line, the first corner, and it's a very, very even break, and Knudsen and Golub and Cox are in a line together, and again Knudsen has the power, surging away, and Marvin Cox has gone charging under Golub there and moved him over in no uncertain fashion, and the pole didn't look at all amused by that manoeuvre. But Tommy Knudsen, well, he is supercharged. Really tightening up at the back now with Billy Hamill coming into contention. Hamill's moved through into third place, and the real battle's at the back with the clearly aggrieved Thomas Golub going after Marvin Cox as we look at Tommy Knudsen. There's the battle at the back. Cox still in second place, Golub is third, and Billy Hamill will be anxious to get something out of heat number 5. You can ill afford a last place. And they're brushing elbows, and it's a fantastic battle for the odd points, and Golub has overcooked that corner, and Hamill, clever piece of cornering, moves up the inside of him, and Thomas Golub, who was in second place, is now battling to get anything at all from heat 5. No trouble for Tommy Knudsen, right on the line. Hamill gets up for the odd point, but that really was quite a race here at Abensburg. Tommy Knudsen, so stylish. Wasn't aware of the drama unfolding behind. You can see that Cox and Golub having cheerful words at the back there about that first lap incident. We'll watch it again. There's the start. Knudsen moving up on his back wheel, has the drop, sweeps across. Golub and Cox together. Not much to choose between the three of them there. Fine action. Hamill creeping around the inside. Look at that, they're four on a line there. And whose bike has the power? It's Tommy Knudsen, and he knows how to use it. Now watch Marvin Cox on the inside here going into this third turn. Well, it looked a fair enough incident to me. Golub made a bit of a meal of it. Wasn't too happy about it. And Thomas Golub, the pole, he's in the white helmet. The winner of the first round was finding that life at the top was very tough. He's fought his way from second to last in heat number 5 because Billy Hamill sees his opportunity to start again. This is with Golub. And, well, they're hitting him from all angles. There goes Tommy Knudsen. And they don't see any more of him until the checkered flag.
Well, on the way back to the pits, it would appear that Thomas Golub and Marvin Cox have more than a few words to say to each other regarding the incidents that took place there during that race. But Cocker, calm and collected, and he'll be happy with his second place behind winner Tommy Knudsen. Yes, it's hard out there. Every point being scrapped for by all riders as they bid to muster enough points to reach the big one, the A final later in the meeting. Marvin Cox, of course, rides in Poland as the home country of Thomas Golub, and I'm sure that they've come up against each other and clashed on more than one occasion. Well, Tommy Knudsen going great guns at the moment, collecting his second win. He's looking very happy indeed with life on that super-tuned engine. Yes, it's turning into a battle of engine tuners out here in Ravensburg. Billy Hamill, well, not so happy this time around. He had to contend himself with third place, and that was quite a battle, wasn't it? With Thomas Golub snapping at everybody's heels throughout the meeting. But Billy, well, he could have been up there with the leaders by now if he'd have not been reserved for the first Grand Prix in Poland. Thomas Golub looks cool, calm and collected now, but he wasn't so cool out there on the track. But I think his altercation with Cocker has now been forgotten.
Heat 6 coming your way, and you're looking at Sam Ermolenko, who did not seem to have the extra oomph in his opening ride. Went from first to third. Some anxious words in the pits in the interim. He'll be in blue here in grid 2. There is Greg Hancock, who, it has to be said, didn't look at all impressive in his opening ride, no score. We've got Chris Louis. There is Tony Ricardson in the white helmet. Always a value for money performer, genuine character. Chris Louis is on the inside, and young Louis needs points. No score first time out, and there is Ricardson, had a second place first time out. So heat 6. Very fussy starting line marshal. But now they're under orders. Again, it's an even break, and again from the inside, it's the most profitable place to be at the moment. That's Chris Louis going through. Chris Louis, Hancock's in second place, in third place it's Sam Ermolenko, and at the back it's Tony Ricardson, who won't be happy with that. As Louis, who makes the start, this is better for England because the inside clearly was the quickest way to the first turn, and Ricardson has moved up into third place and is busting a gut there to get around the outside of Greg Hancock. This is Chris Louis in front for England and Ipswich, and this is the battle for second place with Ricardson. Such a crowd pleaser. The reigning world champion, second place overall in the Grand Prix standings, but having to work terribly hard to haul in Greg Hancock as Chris Louis cuts up the pace. Just advantageous being on the inside at this stage. It's a very even grid, so naturally the shortest course to the first turn is the best one. And we seem to have lost Tony Ricardson. There he is, and it looks like a chain just at first glance. That's unlucky for the Swede. Chris Louis wins it. Second place is Hancock. Third place, rather fortuitously, down on power, Sam Ermolenko. And poor old Tony Ricardson, who provided all the entertainment in heat number 6, just pulling out in the latter stages of that race, and you cannot afford to miss out at this level. Let's watch the start again. Ricardson and Ermolenko, but as Hancock comes across from the outside, the shortest court is the most profitable. Chris Louis, who so often seems to be in the worst position at the first turn, finds himself there in the most profitable one. He goes into the front, Hancock going after him, and Sam Ermolenko in third, and Ricardson at the back with all the work to do. We'll watch it again from a different angle. You can see at this point it looks like Hancock will have the run around the outside, but the neatest inside line works for Chris Louis. Ricardson is all over the place on that first couple of turns. He's having to start to work now, but Chris Louis becomes England's first heat winner in this German Grand Prix. There is Ricardson. The tear-off comes down, but it wasn't his race. We wonder if it's going to be his night.
Oh, good race there for Chris Louis. He's coming back to the pits, and Chris very much in contention as far as the overall Grand Prix championship is concerned. Chris never looks particularly happy-go-lucky. He's a very serious young man, and I think he gets a lot of that from his father, John. John, well known in his days as a racer, a very hard man to beat and never gave anything away. But Chris lightening up just a little bit there, explaining just how he got round that first bend in the lead, and that was oh so important. Still problems for Sam Ermolenko. He doesn't look very happy, does he? Poor old Sam, just not going his way so far. And there's Tony Ricardson's bike, and as you can see, the problem there was the chain coming adrift, and absolutely no chance for Tony from there on in. He could be struggling now to make the A final, and that'll be bad news for him and good news for Hans Nielsen if Hans can make it that far, because Hans and Tony first and second in the current overall standings. So a lot of activity, as you can see down here in the pits area. Greg Hancock getting ready for his next ride, and Greg Hancock, as you can see, switched bikes for that race. His number 1 engine already being stripped down.
Craig Boyce coming up on the outside grid here in heat number 7. Next to him, Hans Nielsen, the overall leader, and looking very, very purposeful. On the inside, it's going to be Jan Stackman, who really needs to get his act together pretty soon. Has been very unfortunate with his motors, it must be said. And then grid 2 there, Mark Loram. So that's the lineup for heat 7. Stackman inside red, next to him Loram blue. Grid 3 has Hans Nielsen on the outside, the far outside, looking for the wide run. Craig Boyce from Sydney, Australia. He is in the yellow and black quartered helmet. Heat number 7 should be the charge of the heavy brigade here. Nielsen, of course, so aggressive into that first corner. He really attacks the corners. When the starts have been pretty even, and again an ultra fussy start line marshal here, and away they go into the first corner. It looks like Loram's away, but it is Hans Nielsen who exerts his authority there. Just when they're all in a line, it was Nielsen who surged through. Second place now is Boyce, and Loram gets squeezed out at the corner, and these are fabulous pictures again as Hans Nielsen begins to get his hands around the throat of heat number 7. It really was the most intimidating first corner, and Nielsen it was. So strong, so powerful, he's built like an athlete, and he gives nothing away. And here comes Mark Loram with work to do. There is Nielsen, and Mark Loram really is riding right out of his socks to try and pick up a point. He's gone past Stackman now, he's challenging Boyce. Nielsen exerted such authority into the first turn. Laram and Boyce contesting second place, but there just isn't enough drive on the outside as Hans Nielsen does an extravagant wheelie in victory. 2 wins for Nielsen, looking as menacing and deadly as ever, and that really was a terrific start from the Dane. We'll look at it again. You can see it's a very even break. Looked like Mark Laran had the drop, and so too had Steckman from the inside, but Nielsen just shrugged them off. He's so strong, having none of it. And Laram got a bit of a nudge there. We'll watch it again. This is Nielsen getting his body weight distributed. Certainly looked as though Mark Laram had the advantage, and that would have been a very, very disadvantaged position for Nielsen, but he was having none of it. And just look how close they are. Absolutely sensational pictures. There's no stopping Hans Nielsen in this mood.
Well, it's beginning to look ominous for the other competitors here in Ravensburg. There's Hans Nielsen back in the pits following his 2nd consecutive victory. Yet to win a Grand Prix at the moment, Hans, but it's all about getting to that A final and picking up the big points. It's not racing in Britain as we know this year, but that doesn't seem to have dulled the edge at all from one of the most consistent riders in world terms for many, many years. Craig Boyce and Neil Street deep in discussion. There's been a lot of talk down here as to whether or not he should switch from his lay down to his upright. Mark Loram, again, not looking happy.
Coming into heat number 8, and Gary Havelock, this northern lad who has such ability and talent, not really happy. And we have Andy Smith, British compatriot, Foxy there in blue. He'll be in grid 2, and he will be carrying the helmet camera. It will be with Andy Smith in grid 2. Henrik Gustafsson, 2nd place, first time out. He'll be in the white helmet, and on the outside it will be Gerd Riss, of course, who gave this very enthusiastic and knowledgeable Bavarian crowd something to shout about with a convincing victory first time out. He's on the outside here. So the 2 Brits on the inside, then Gustafsson, always a bonny battler. He'll be in grid 3, and Riss on the outside. And we wonder if again this really cracking motor, so super tuned, sharp as a Benny Goodman solo. We wonder if that motor will carry Riss again. He's got Gustafsson next to him, and he's got Gary Havelock on the inside, and Gary can be slippy out of the starts when he feels in the mood. Heat number 8, away they go, and it is Havelock, and it is Gustafsson, and Riss is making the wide run around the outside, and we're riding with Andy Smith as Gerd Riss picks up the action, and Riss is there around the outside of Gustafsson, and again Gustafsson looks stunned at the power, the surge that Gerd Riss found. The Germans are on their toes, as they have every right to be, because their local lad, well, he's ridden in world finals, but he's never shrugged off opposition of this quality with quite so much ease. Still Gustafsson in 2nd place, but not really making any inroads. Although it's a pretty well prepared track, isn't that easy to pass? But this is a flying motor, and it looks like we've lost Gary Havelock, which has allowed Andy Smith up for the odd point. Calamitous night for Havy, hasn't scored yet, but Riss is going to race to his 2nd victory and could well be in line for a place in the A final, and that really would be an achievement for a wild card. Makes you wonder about the whole system, mind, but we can see poor old Gary Havelock limping back. But Riss has won his first 2 rides and is looking perfectly capable of taking anybody apart. We'll see the start again. It looked like Havelock on the inside, but then it all came tumbling around from the outside of him with Gustafsson and Riss. And Riss is right out here, seemed to have no chance, but he just has got such a lot of power. That is mega. Right out on the fence. Gustafsson, it seemed, had the line. Has to be said, he's ridden a scrupulously fair one here. But Riss has moved around the outside of him, and I wonder what Gustafsson thought about that. And does he get the horsepower? Gustafsson number 7, Riss number 16. And that is as neat a piece of overtaking as you will see in any kind of motorcycle sport. Very sweet. Here's the start again with Andy Smith. They came roaring by. In fact, the old camera was being a bit of a bogey again. Andy Smith did get up to save a point here thanks to a failure from Gary Havelock. But you can see just what it's like to be at the back of a Speedway race. Victory for Riss, and he is turning out to be quite a competitor.
Well, what a surprise with Gert Riss joining Hans Nielsen and Tom Knudsen, unbeaten after their first 2 rides, and the German wildcard entry seemingly on his way to a place in the A final as things stand at the moment. As I told you earlier, Gert Riss more accustomed to long track racing, which is very popular out here in Germany, of course. The way he's looking at the moment, the way his motor's performing, he could certainly go through the card tonight, and that would be a major surprise, a wild-card entry, perhaps winning the Grand Prix, and that will obviously lead to some discussion as to the future of this wild-card system. But as to the future for this man, Gary Havelock, well, it's not looking very good at all, is it? I think his mechanics are eagerly going to be looking over the bike in just a moment to try and ascertain just what was the problem there. Pointless from his first 2 rides, and a very dejected former world champion there next to a man who's very happy at having recorded his 2nd win on the trot. Well, lots of preparation in between races for riders in the pits area. Henke Gustafsson, as you can see, getting ready for his next race. Having hit the front in that last one, you'd have expected him to go on to win, because once he hits the front, then normally he isn't passed. But Gert Riss, the man being prepared with the helmet camera there, 2 on the trot for Mr. Riss. Let's hope that the camera isn't a jinx on him. It's proved to be one so far, but he's the one who's been balloted to wear it in the next heat, heat number 9. And I'm sure we're going to get some great pictures from that, as we've been doing so far this evening. As you can see, the main unit just clips on to the rear mudguard.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard after 2 starts apiece. Hans Nielsen, Tommy Knudsen and Gerd Riss, they're all unbeaten on 6 points. Then we have Henrik Gustafsson on 4, Billy Hamill still in there on 4. On 3 points, Craig Boyce, Marvin Cox and Mark Laram, all still in with a chance for making the A final. Coming into heat number 9, there we have Greg Hancock, started with a coconut, collected 2nd place in his 2nd outing. He has 2 points. Next to him will be Gerd Riss, unbeaten. He'll be in blue. Grid 3 will have Billy Hamill, a win and a 3rd. And on the outside, Jan Stackman yet to score. So there is Hamill. Interesting character, this one. He really has threatened and has been the man who the big boys have feared. There is Gerd Riss, and they're all fearing him because he has shown tremendous style and speed. Jan Stackman, his motors don't look competitive. He won't give in. And there is Greg Hancock. So we have 2 Americans here, a German and a Dane. Heat 9 coming into the third round for all the riders, and we're just looking across here. On the starting line, Marshall is in a funny old position. He's right out there. Now is that going to favour Riss? He's in between the third and fourth riders, and there's an even break, and up to the line it is Billy Hamill who gets away. Hamill is in the lead. Second place is Hancock, and Riss, who may well have been just distracted by the behaviour of the starting Marshall there, because he certainly was in the wrong position conventionally. Riss is not away. It is the Americans with Billy Hamill. Made the start from the inside, commanded the first corner, and now Gerd Riss is chasing after Hancock, but Hancock is not in the mood to give much away. Jan Stackman, the rider, we remind you, at the back. Beginning to space themselves out here, so perhaps the superbike as Stackman pulls out the superbike of Riss, not perhaps quite as awesome as we thought it was, because the Americans were showing him the way home here at Albensburg. This is Heat 9. Funny old start. Be interesting to look at that again. And Billy Hamill, his eyes set on a place in the A final, makes you think what might have been had he started in the event proper and not just at reserve. He really did control heat number 9. Second place, Greg Hancock, having no nonsense from Gerd Riss. So Riss drops his first points. And there is the victor, Billy Hamill, moves up to 7. Now here's the start. You can see the start line Marshall was in the wrong position there, and had Riss had won that, I wonder if the Americans might have gone to the referee, he's a Norwegian, Roy Otto, and said that was not the sort of start we expect in a Grand Prix. But if anything, it put rid off his stroke. The Americans in front, and not inclined to let anybody pass. There they are. That's Riss on the outside, coming up on the outside of Hancock. But Hancock says, "Thou shalt not pass." Exceptional pictures again. Great action.
Well, back here in the pits area, one wonders if it's the helmet camera jinx that struck again. Gert Riss, 2 wins in his first 2 rides, 3rd in that one. I think he just got a glimpse of his engine tuner in the background there. So I don't think that riders will be queuing up to wear the helmet camera in future races, but of course they have no choice. It is balloted for, which is a fair system. And well, Gert Riss, that was his problem, I think, in that one. Although it's doubtful whether he would have caught this man even without the helmet camera. The Bullet, Billy Hamill, recording his 2nd victory of the night, and maybe on his way to his 2nd consecutive A final in the Grand Prix. Certainly he's having a marvellous season up there at Cradley Heath. Good to see that they're operational this year despite their problems in the winter. And there's his teammate up there at Dudley Wood, Greg Hancock. Greg, a happy-go-lucky character, normally. Very nice chap. Yeah, Speedway riders are nice people, believe it or not. They're always willing to have a chat with the supporters, unlike football stars or whatever who seem to be hidden away from them. And there's a man deep in conversation at the moment, looking very unhappy indeed. Jan Stackman blowing yet another engine.
Going into heat 7, we really have some Hiram Scare merchants in here. They have Henrik Gustafsson, always such an entertainer. He is on the inside here, and clearly is unhappy about something there. May well be just a clutch adjustment. No, it looks like he's going to change machinery. And these riders will probably have 3 bikes here. What will they cost? Ooh, a couple of grand a piece. A lot of money in the pits. Gustafsson fires. and will come into pole position here. And as we mentioned, we have got a few performers who might be described as hair-raising coming into Heat 10. Got Tony Ricardson, needs points, second place and engine failure. Remember, he's second overall in the championship. Mark Laram, always a battler. Thomas Golub, the pole, who is here and there and puts himself about. Gustafsson on the inside. This one could be heart-stopping. Find something solid to hang on to as heat number 10 comes under orders. There is Laram. Going to be quite a battle up to that first corner, and the first corner could be breathtaking. Away we go. Who will show? It is Thomas Golub. Golub goes in front. Golub leads it by coming around the outside. On the inside of him it's Ricardson, and Ricardson gives Golub a nudge, and Gustafsson has gone through as well, and it's Mark Laram at the back, and we thought this one might be a bit special, and Thomas Golub, who got away, got a nudge. And now it is Ricardson leading. Second place is Golub, under pressure for Gustafsson, and Mark Laram still in contention. This is heat number 10, and they're swinging around all over the place. In front, it is Ricardson, unaware of the drama, as Gustafsson drives down the inside of Thomas Golub, and they're very, very close, and the Rams coming into contention, and this is fair old Speedway. Ricardson looks over his shoulder, and Golub, the entertainer, coming back at Gustafsson. They're very tight there together. It looks as though he leans over there. It looks as though he tried to hold him back. Amazing. Amazing. But Gustafsson having none over there again. Golub and Gustafsson and Laram coming up here. You won't see a minute of better action than this anywhere in the world of Speedway. And Laram's got up to finish third, and Thomas Golub has gone from first to last. He was nudged and elbowed by Tony Ricardson. There he is, the winner. He had an incredible battle with Gustafsson. At one point it looked like he was trying to hold him up with his arm. And look at this battle. Look at how close they are. Quite astonishing. This is Gustafsson and Golub. And these pictures are going to be very, very revealing, because it looked to us that something unique in Speedway history happened. They just keep an eye on that left arm, the inside arm of Golub. He's the one in the blue hand. And look, it comes across there. He's trying to hold him back. He's taking his hand off the handlebars. That's dangerous. That is really dangerous. And I can only think of one incident before, and that was in the 1982 World Final with Bruce Pennell and Kenny Carter, who were playing 80-mile-an-hour contact karate. But that's an amazing incident. Now, it seems to unsettle, let's just say, Henrik Gustafsson. It's hardly in the Vinnie Jones, Paul Gascoigne class. There's the start again. We have to say these riders are very well protected there, so perhaps we shouldn't read too much into it. But Golub has made heat number 10 one of the most entertaining we've ever seen, certainly in this Grand Prix series. You see, he's away here. He's got Tony Ricardson around the outside, and Ricardson will be happy. He tended to overlook the fact he was in front. But that really was quite an incredible heat 10, and Thomas Golub really made it and got nothing from it.
Well, Tony Ricardson comes back to the pits, and very happy indeed, having recorded his first victory of the night following that engine failure in his second ride. And getting his congratulations from his pit crew. Tony will be feeling a lot happier. It looked earlier as if he was feeling very down indeed. But that'll put the smile back on his face. Tony, very laid-back character indeed, especially for a Swede, and as you can see, really pumped up by that victory. Puts him back into contention for a place in the A final, and that's what it's all about at this stage, of course. Long way to go before they reach that stage, but I'm sure that Tony's already got his eyes on a place in that final. And there's Henke Gustafsson, just having a look towards Thomas Golub, I think, and shaking his head. I don't quite know what went on out on the track, but I think he's explaining something to his mechanic, exactly what happened, or rather that was one of Hans Nielsen's mechanic, and explaining to all and sundry. Marvin Cox, I don't think he wants to know Henke's explanation. Norrie Allen looking a puzzled man. Norrie, the man behind Mark Loram, having a bit of bike trouble tonight, and there's a lot of work going on in that side of the pits, but they don't seem to quite have the power to match the front runners so far. And there's a man who's feeling a bit of the heat. It is rather hot here in the pits. Thomas Golub just having a quick towel down.
We're going into heat 11. Can it possibly match heat 10 on the inside? Andy Smith has 2 points. Then we have Tommy Knudsen, who's been perhaps the man of the meeting so far. Grid 3 has Craig Boyce on 3 points. And on the outside, Chris Louis, who also has 3. Heat number 11. And Knudsen it is, who gets away again. Clean, crisp start. Knudsen leads it. Second place is Andy Smith. In third place, it's Chris Louis. As they battle away there, Boyce is up alongside looking for the odd points, but Tommy Knudsen, look at him go. The right leg off the footrest, getting a bit fashionable, that kind of style there. But the battle is for the odd points with Louis and Andy Smith. Andy Smith having a much better Grand Prix round here, but this is Tommy Knudsen. And Knudsen, of course, now rather a veteran. We remember him, of course, in those unforgettable battles back in the early 80s and in world finals with Bruce Pennell at Wembley. What a night that was in 1981. We had one of the greatest battles of all time. And of course so many battles with Hans Nielsen and clashes, and they still have to meet, remember. Andy Smith holding on against Chris Louis. Craig Boyce is at the back. That's heartbreaking for the Australian, who just can't seem to get his machinery right. Knudsen has got his machinery absolutely perfect. 3 races, 3 straight wins, hardly troubled after the first corner. And Knudsen, good-looking boy, nice lad, really pleasant character. Had a lot of bad injuries. Going to get married after this meeting. The next time we see him will be an old married man and back from his honeymoon, of course, providing he is in the next round in Sweden. Look at the start again. Watch for Knudsen in blue. Terrific line. The bike carries him to the corner. Andy Smith is up there with him on the inside. Boyce gets squeezed out. He's in the wrong place here. As Louis goes around for the third place point. Looked like Louis might have had the drop on Andy Smith here, but he's certainly half a length or so in front. And Louis has got up into second place there, but Smith comes back at him. There's no catching Tommy Knudsen. Really superb stylist, silky smooth, pretty to watch. Gritty determination of Chris Louis.
Oh, Tommy Knudsen beginning to look unstoppable here in Ravensburg. Getting congratulations there from Gert Riss. Yes, Tommy, well, that's 3 wins on the trot. It's looking very good indeed for a place in the A final for him. And he can only be left wondering what might have been but for that injury sustained in the first Grand Prix round in Poland. But it's looking good for him tonight here in Germany. Well, Craig Boyce, he's bitterly disappointed, he tells me, at the way he's going at the moment. Just can't get the bikes right. Not too sure which bike to use for each race, and that certainly can't be good for his confidence. And the gritty Andy Smith was second place there. That'll cheer him up a little bit. Gives him 4 points after 3 rides. Smithy, well, some people criticised his selection for the Grand Prix, but he demonstrated his worth by taking his 3rd British Championship earlier this year.
Hans Nielsen, the man who must feel he's got a bullseye on his back. He'll be on the outside in the yellow helmets, not the quartered helmets. You can see some clutch adjustments just at the last moment. This is heat 12, which will complete the third round for each of the riders. There is Hans Nielsen, 35, the oldest man in the Grand Prix. Inside, Marvin Cox, looking across the line. Sam Ermolenko, who's had a peculiar old night. He's been in contests, but only 2 third places. And there is Nielsen, once again, so authoritative. And such a ruthless exponent at the first corner. There's the lineup. Cox on the inside, 3 points. Havelock yet to score, needs to do something soon. Ermolenko, grid 3, and the unbeaten Hans Nielsen, but of course he's yet to meet Riss and Tommy Knudsen. So Nielsen knows he needs to another race win to at least draw level with his fellow countryman. Knudsen in heat number 12. And the camera is riding with Gary Havelock, but this is Hans Nielsen in heat number 12. And that's a fair break. And from the inside, it is Marvin Cox. Marvin Cox, and there you have Gary Havelock's view of proceedings, and he's not well placed. And Hans Nielsen that goes absolutely storming past. Havelock's in second place, but they're hitting him from all angles. And moving through there is Marvin Cox and Ermolenko and Javi. Oh dear, that old camera jinx seems to be striking again, because Javi has gone from second to, well, pretty well last. He's in last position now, as Ermolenko comes around the outside and almost catches Marvin Cox just slightly sleepily. Nielsen is the proverbial mile in front. This is a battle for second place with Sam Ermolenko and Marvin Cox, and Sudden Sam beginning to find his feet, but he's not going to catch Nielsen unless the Great Dane does something very silly, and he just doesn't do that kind of silly thing. So Nielsen, providing everything keeps up together, goes over the line again. Ooh, on one wheel. The crowd love that. In fact, at one stage they tried to ban him doing that for some reason, quite beyond me. Adds a bit of colour and showmanship. Nielsen's third win. He has 9 points. Alongside him on the leaderboard, his fellow countryman Tommy Knudsen. They've still to meet, and they've had some torrid battles in the past. We'll watch that first corner again. You can see Nielsen just gets the run around the outside. And Gary Havelock rides a clever first couple of turns, moves around the curb, comes out of the second turn in second place with Marvin Cox third. But Javi just doesn't seem to have the response in that motor when he requires it. You can see Sam Ermolenko coming into contention here, getting up after Marvin Cox. And Sam certainly had a little bit extra there.
Well, I think we're going to have a little interval now, so I'm told, down here in the pits, and that'll certainly work in the favour of Hans Nielsen, because he's got 2 rides on the trot. But he's looking absolutely tremendous, isn't he? 3 rides, 3 wins, and he's next to a very pensive Tony Ricardson. Yes, hasn't quite gone Tony's way tonight, but well, he's still in contention for a place in the A final, but Hans Nielsen looking almost certain to be in that big race alongside fellow countryman Tom Knudsen. Tony in relaxed mood, having a bit of a joke with Hans. Meanwhile, Marvin Cox deep in conversation there with Otto Weiss, another of the famous German tuners. Lots of German tuners in evidence here tonight, as you might imagine. And Sam Ermolenko, well, he's got an American tuner in the form of Carl Blomfeld. Carl's got quite a few riders on view tonight. Drinking Diet Pepsi there. Well, doesn't seem to be doing him much good, does it? Oh, Carl is certainly a character, and he's at the side of all his riders. As is Eric Gunderson at the side of Hans Nielsen, and look, there's a picture for you. Well, Gary Havelock, what a bad night it's turning out to be for him so far.
They've had 3 rides apiece. There's the leaderboard, and the Danes are dominating. Hans Nielsen and Tommy Knudsen unbeaten on 9 points. Billy Hamill and Gerd Riss are still in contention on 7. Then we have Henrik Gustafsson on 6, Tony Rickardsson with work to do on 5, Greg Hancock and Marvin Cox on 4. Now we go to the pits. Our man Nigel Pearson with Tommy Knudsen about that bike.
Interval time here in the pits then. Tommy Knudsen's with us. Tommy, you must be very happy so far.
Well, I can't complain. I just hope I can keep it going. You know, I've got 3 heat wins, and keep my fingers crossed that I can at least score another 4 points for my last two rides.
What do you think it is, the magical ingredients? Is it just all from the start?
No, there's been a lot of passing out there today, and the track is very good. I'm very happy with my bike, and you know, I just keep my fingers crossed that everything works out with the Grand Prix points for me, so I can stay in for Sweden.
Of course, that must mean that you feel a little bit of pressure.
Well, obviously, I know it's not enough just to be in the top 3. I rely on a bit of luck, you know. Depends how the other riders do.
And you've just been studying your program. How do you feel about your final 2 rides?
Well, it's all hard rides. I'm happy I'm off gate 1. Normally it's a good gate, and I just hope it works out for me.
Tommy, we wish you well. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
In number 13, Billy Hamill, 2 race wins and a 3rd. But he's got Hans Nielsen in this one, and Henrik Gustafsson and Chris Louis. So a fair old line-up here in heat number 13. There is Nielsen. So dominating up to the first corner. He is in red on the inside. He'll rush them in. Next to him, Henrik Gustafsson in blue. Consistent 3 second places. 2 more race wins. Well, could certainly see him into the A final. Chris Louis has 4 points. He's in grid 3 and way on the outside of that grid. And on the far outside in the yellow and black quartered helmet is Billy Hamill. Heat number 13. Studying concentration. Hamill looks across at the solenoid. They're away. Nielsen has got an absolute flyer from the inside. Hamill has gone with him from the outside. But Nielsen moves across. Such an aggressive stylist. So tough, so ruthless. He leads heat number 13. Second place is Hamill. In third place it is Gustafsson. Won't be happy with that, Henke. And Chris Louis won't exactly be rapturous either. He's way at the back and looking down at his machinery. There is Gustafsson, who has promised so much in the past, but just seems to allow the occasion to get to him. But this man, Hans Nielsen up front, has nerves of steel and ice in his veins. Just superb. And this is the measure of the man that he completely dominates a race. He just doesn't win. He is absolutely in control. Looking back, again, the one-wheel salute. Second place there was Billy Hamill, still very much in touch with an A final place. Third was Henrik Gustafsson, and little short of a disaster for Britain and Chris Louis. That's another 0. But no stopping Hans Nielsen. He does look fine. That's the view that everybody seems to be getting of Hans Nielsen tonight. The Hans Nielsen back wheel, and the competitors in this 1995 Grand Prix are getting quite used to it. Here it is again. Terrific start. Needs no words. Billy Hamill had the camera. It wasn't quite a disaster for him, but we have yet to see fresh air with it.
I think it's fair to say that Hans Nielsen almost guaranteed now a place in the main race of the night, the A final. 4 rides, 4 victories. Team Nielsen there, the 2 mechanics, looking very pleased with life, but they'll be taking no chances for the remainder of the meeting. They'll be ensuring that everything is shipshape and tidy. Henke Gustafsson trying to keep cool with a quick drink. Henke, well, he's not quite his bubbly self down here in the pits, but he could be in with a chance of making the A final, but I think Chris Louis has blown his chances now. Chris not at all happy with the way that the bike is handling in the corners. Well, Gert Riss and Tommy Knudsen having a chat there, and of course they're both on engines prepared by Anton Nischler tonight, and both are absolutely fine. Quite what Mr. Nischler's done to the engines, well, that's his little secret. Billy Hamill, one of the few on an upright machine. Most of the competitors are opting nowadays for these lay-down bikes, but Billy, he's staying firm with the conventional engine.
Here number 14, Tony Ricardson on the inside on 5 points. Marvin Cox is in blue, grid 2, 4 points. Andy Smith in white, and Jan Stackman there, yellow and black, has yet to score. Having a very, very unhappy night. This is Ricardson, a second at engine failure. He's picking up his performance now. He won his last race, started 9-4, one of the joint favourites in fact for this round before the start. Andy Smith has been consistent, 2/3 in a second, but needs to start winning. Heat number 14. Terrific start from the inside. It's Ricardson who shows. Andy Smith has benefited from the dirt, but Ricardson having no ceremony, sweeps across, getting a bit tight for the odd points, and Marvin Cox took a knock there. So Tony Ricardson leads them in beam order. Second place is Smith, third place is Cox, and Stackman at the back. It's the battle for second place, and third place there, Marvin Cox having to withhold some attacking from Jan Steckman, but Ricardson, the reigning world champion of course, who really fears Hans Nielsen, as well he might. It's a very entertaining rider, spectacular Ricardson. Tends perhaps to have the odd rush of blood and a fall earlier on in this competition, but no trouble there, and he does save his effort for the later stages of the meeting. Remember, he opened his world final account with 3 second places last year and then really came good towards the final stages. He does seem to build himself up as the meeting unfolds. Ricardson wins heat 14, second place Andy Smith, third place it was Marvin Cox, and there is that flying start. And we can see Smith, who's having a much more impressive Grand Prix here in Germany, and he's ahead here, but Ricardson just says oh no and moves over and covers him. Watch it again. Ricardson comes out like a rocket, but Smith has got a very, very profitable middle line here. Ricardson just finds the extra horsepower. Ricardson, legs streamlined out behind him, absolutely giving it the gun.
Well, Tony Ricardson coming back to his pit position, 2 consecutive victories, and that certainly put him slap bang in contention for a place in the A final later on this evening. Yes, Tony will be feeling a lot happier following the engine failure he suffered in his second ride, but 2 wins That's put him back in contention. That's what it's all about, as I said earlier, qualifying for the big race of the night, the A final. That's where the big Grand Prix points are. And over 6 rounds, I think it's essential to get to at least 5 of those big finals. Hans Nielsen has already got to 2 and is looking well on course to make it 3 in a row, but yet to win a Grand Prix, of course, yet. Hans, and there's a man who dearly loved to win a Grand Prix meeting, Marvin Cox, again with Otto Weiss in his pit corner tonight, but Cocker, no, things not really going his way, although he could come back into contention with a couple of rides to go. Andy Smith beginning to emerge as the best of the Brits so far, having a much better meeting than he's had before.
Here, number 15, Gerd Riss, inside this time in red on pole. Next to him we have Craig Boyce in blue, needing points. Sam Ermolenko has really battled away without too much reward, and on the outside it is the spectacular, unpredictable pole, Thomas Golub. There is Boyce, clearly unsettled with his machinery. Looks like he may have switched again here. And our cameras take you right into the heart of the action. This is Riss on the inside. Watch for Golub. There's never a dull moment when he's around. Heat number 15. Sheer power as they all hit the corner together, but it is Riss, and that is, and again, an astonishing picture. Golub got squeezed out at the first turn. Terrific stuff. Riss leads it. Second place, it is Ermolenko. Third place, it is Craig Boyce. And they're buzzing around, it's like a dogfight. But Riss had the power when it counted. And the battle is on for the odd point with Thomas Golub grabbing great handfuls, fistfuls of throttles, getting outside Craig Boyce. Old rivals those two. In the World Championship event, Golub managed to collect Master Boyce, and Craig hasn't forgotten that, but he's unable to keep up with Golub on this occasion. There is the battle for the odd point, and every point, of course, is critical. But Riss is in front, formerly, of course, with Ipswich in the British League. It has to be said, he never made this kind of impact on British League racing. And it equally has to be said, it would be interesting to see how perhaps Havelock or Boyce would perform on that motor. Still, Riss on his way surely to the A final, which is good going for a wild card. Second place there, Ermolenko, and third place, the hard-working Thomas Golub. What value that man is. But the crowd don't mind the success of this young man at all. Gerd Riss, his third race win. You can see, and it is a very, very level break. There's not much to choose between them as they hit the corner, but Riss just has that extra ounce of power. Look at that picture, terrific. Golub steaming around the outside, not very effectively, but Riss in the best position here to dominate, which he does. There's Golub and Boyce getting stuck in. And certainly no love lost at all between these two, Boyce and Golub. They're old rivals. Boyce would love to put one over on him, but he's not going to here. Just hasn't got the horsepower. Again, stunning action pictures. Golub goes through. He's going to win this little battle.
Well, Gerd Riss coming back, having recorded his third victory out of 4. He didn't have the helmet camera on then. Yes, the only points he's dropped so far in his last ride when he was the carrier of that magnificent helmet camera that all the riders are talking about. But certainly, I think the fans really enjoy the pictures they see on the TV coverage. But Gerd Riss, no camera that time, and a third win out of 4. And it looks as if, as the wild card entry, he's on his way to the big A final. Looking good for him. I think he might need a couple of points from his last one. Sam Ermolenko, meanwhile, well, he's having another disappointing night. Sam, not at all happy, as you can see. Normally he's a happy-go-lucky character, whilst this man is normally very serious in the Golub corner of the pits, especially with Papa Golub up there, his father, directing operations.
So heat 16 with the immaculate Tommy Knudsen unbeaten on the inside here and carrying our camera. So maybe we will see what it's like up front. Knudsen on the inside there, clearly you can see the camera on board. Then we have Greg Hancock in blue, 2 second places. Gary Havelock leading points desperately, has yet to score. And Mark Laram, who scratched about a bit on the outside, he has 4 points, a second and 2/3. Always in contention, but just can't seem to string together the wins. Heat number 16, the last of the 4th round rides for each of the competitors. Well, we have a theatrical starting marshal again. It has to be said that some of his behaviour has been unconventional. Unlike the Germans, they're usually very methodical and efficient. But this guy, well, he's making an awful fuss of Tommy Knudsen. Mark Lorama's on the outside, well away from this moment of mini drama. Heat number 16. Knudsen has looked different class. He's on the inside here. He's carrying the camera, remember, the concentration of Mark Loram. Here's the start. And again, it's a crisp, clean-cut getaway from Tommy Knudsen, and now we are in front, and now just sit back and enjoy the ride. Well, the only thing that's chasing Tommy Knudsen at this moment is his own shadow. There is the pack, but there is Knudsen. And doesn't he look superb? This really is a vintage performance from this Dane. He was so unlucky, that crash, as the battle for the odd placings go on with Mark Loram and Gary Havelock having a rare old tussle. The two Brits at the moment, Gary Havelock, who is in desperate need of points, is up into second place. You have to conjecture, had Knudsen had this machinery throughout the start, had avoided that fall which caused him an injury, he really would have been up there with the boys, wouldn't he? Loram has burst past Gary Havelock. Greg Hancock disappointingly at the back, not having things his way at all. But what about Knudsen? 4 races, 4 wins, and we got another unique view from that helmet camera of life in the fast lane up front. Look at the start again. Well, every young rider should keep this one in his video library. He wants to learn about really first-class, crisp, convincing starting. Look, the bike's almost run away with Knudsen, but he's in complete control very quickly. It's a power unit. All battling for the odd points, but nobody's going to catch Tommy Knudsen, or we wonder. He has to meet Hans Nielsen, he has to meet Gerd Wyss, he has to meet Rickardson. They all meet in their last ride, and that is a mouth-watering prospect. The Brits here, Loram and Gary Havelock, knocking lumps out of each other. Havy's been really fighting for points, and his fellow countryman nicks one off him there. Doesn't look comfortable on the bike. That's always a sign of a man who's struggling.
Ah, yes, it's a nice life, isn't it? Very hot indeed here in the pits, and Henke Gustafsson getting in a little bit of sunbathing and watching the television monitor at the same time. As a feature of these Grand Prix rounds, we've had television monitors in the pits area giving riders the chance to view a race from an unusual angle. We certainly had an unusual angle from Tommy Knudsen there with the helmet camera, which is just being extracted from his helmet, if that's the right word. No problems for him, and that'll please the TV company, because riders seem to be suffering from jinx every time that they've worn the helmet camera. But Tommy Knudsen making no problems there with it at all. As I said, it's very hot here in Ravensburg, and Mark Loram keeping the drinks nice and cool in a bucket of water that keeps replenishing from time to time. There's a problem for these riders who lose a lot of fluids throughout an evening, and problems galore for Gary Havelock. Just 1 point to his name so far, I think, and it's looking as if he's going to be in the D final and scrapping for points. Billy Hamill, meanwhile, concentrating on his next ride.
So with one ride left, here is the leaderboard. It's looking fascinating. Hans Nielsen and Tommy Knudsen unbeaten on 12 points. Gerd Riss in third place on 10. They all meet in their last ride. Billy Hamill has 9. Tony Ricardson has 8. He's in that race with Nielsen, Knudsen and Riss. What a climax. Henrik Gustafsson on 7. Mark Loram and Samuel Malenko both still just about in the picture for a B final place on 6 points. So heat 17. Billy Hamill has 9, Andy Smith has 6 there. Mark Loram, who really has battled all night, he has a total of 6 points, and Samuel Malenko also. So all these riders here, a win for Hamill will guarantee him a place in his second successive A final. The other 3 are all looking for points for a B final place. That's the scenario here as we come in to race number 17. Hamill on the inside. And the inside grids have been prolific on the level brakes, and away they go into the first corner. It's another tight one, and Hamill shows 2. Going with him is Andy Smith, and we're riding with Mark Loram. And you get a clear view of Billy Hamill and Andy Smith, and Andy Smith is riding right out of his boots here. He's up front, and Samuel Malenko, once again our camera is not bringing a great deal of good fortune to the carrier. So Andy Smith from Yorkshire, of course, originally, now resident with the Brandon Bees at Coventry, and all around really is working so hard to try and get past Samuel Malenko. In second place it is Hamill. There's the battle for the minor placings. Andy Smith having a much happier time here in Ravensburg. There's the spaces, and well, it's not the most enterprising race we've seen, but Andy Smith won't be complaining, because that's a race win for him. It's his first of the night, and it's come at a very appropriate moment. Foxy looks happy. Looking back, Hamill, well, Hamill might just squeeze in to the A final. It depends on what unfolds in these forthcoming races. To start again. And that seems to be a familiar picture with our helmet camera. People coming from all directions. So Andy Smith's best performance so far in this Grand Prix series. Much needed points, and he is turning out to be the top Briton on the night in Germany, and that is a little bit of a surprise. But nobody would begrudge him his success. That's Billy Hamill. Again, terrific action pictures.
Well, the final countdown is now well and truly on to sort out just who goes into which of the 4 finals that bring these meetings to a conclusion. Samuel Malenko there, well, remains to be seen just which race he'll be going in. Billy Hamill's second place, well, we reckon down here in the pits that could put him in the A final, but we're going to have to wait and see. It's really a question of getting the calculators out. And Andy Smith, well, good win for him there, and we reckon that might get him into the B final, and if it does, that'll be his best performance so far. Bit of a surprise, as we said earlier, that Andy's turning out to be the top Brit out here in Germany. But Andy, well, always 110% competitor, gritty Yorkshireman, and well, he's doing very well tonight. Well, there's the bullet, Billy Hamill. What a couple of meetings he's had after being reserved for the first Grand Prix. He won in Austria, of course, and well, who knows, he might be on the way to another victory tonight. But Mark Loren, no, he's not looking at all happy at all.
Well, heat 18, and this really is perhaps the biggest crunch we've had yet in this World Grand Prix Series. On the inside, Tommy Knudsen, unbeaten in red. Next to him, Tony Rickardsson, who's won his last two rides. He is in blue. Grid 3, Hans Nielsen in white, unbeaten. On the outside, Gerd Riss, yellow and black, has won 3 of his 4 starts. The situation is Rickardsson has to win, and Riss must finish third or last, so that the Swede will reach the A final. Knudsen and Nielsen are in the final no matter what happens here, but it's everything to race for. And this really is the battle of the giants here in Abensberg. The 3 form riders, and Rickardsson, who's coming with his usual late rush. Rickardsson knows, though, that perhaps he, more than anyone else in this race, has got to deliver, because Knudsen and Nielsen are short of a place in the A final with their 12 points already accumulated. Gerd Riss, well, he's a wild card. He has the least on his mind, perhaps, because he knows really this is his moment of glory here. It's unlikely that he will take any further part in the Grand Prix, and that's a system that we have to question. And indeed, it could well be Riss could still win this, and we might well then have the next round without the former winner, and that's a very unhealthy state of affairs. There is Knudsen. The machinery has looked immaculate. There is Rickardsson, such a crowd-pleasing entertainer. Grid 3 has Nielsen. A lot of daylight between Nielsen and Riss on the outside. They're taking their time to settle. There is Gerd Riss, who's got a very wide, handsome line. Nielsen's left him a lot of room, because I'm sure he feels his main threat is going to come from Tommy Knudsen on the inside and away. This time it looked like they might just have been moving at the start. As they hit the corner, they're all a line of beam. It looks like there was movement at the start there. The referee, it's Roy Otto, a Norwegian. The crowd are not over happy about that, but it has to be said. It looked like there was movement at the tapes, and the referee was quite within his rights to stop it. So much at stake here. So much tension, electric tension out there. That's what, yes, they were moving, no question. It was the 2 Danes and Rickardsson. They were definitely moving, although they didn't touch the tapes. Who was in front when it was stopped? Well, I think they were all easing up. Looked like Knudsen was in front when it was stopped, but there's no point in making that judgment. They've got to do it all again now. So, tangible tension here in Abensberg. Heat 18, 2 unbeaten riders, Tommy Knudsen and Hans Nielsen, who've had some rare old scraps in the past. They know about each other. There is Knudsen, so happy with his machinery. He says it's a rocket bike. Next to him, Rickardsson. There he is. Tends not to start too well, but he's such a gritty competitor from black, and they're away this time, and again it's an even break, and Knudsen, and Rickardsson got a terrible knock going into the corner, and it is in front. Knudsen, and there's terrible trouble at the back there as Knudsen straightens out, and whatever happened to Tony Rickardsson came down the inside, and there was just nowhere to go but into deep strife. He picked up Gerd Riss, he picked up Hans Nielsen, he went hurtling into the fence. Nielsen is on his feet, but that was an unaccountable rush of blood. Let's watch it again. Rickardsson got a knock going into the first corner. He comes out, he picks up Gerd Riss. Riss hits the fence. How did Riss stay on? And Nielsen had nowhere to go. Somehow or other he managed to slow. He seemed to put some anchors on from somewhere. It could have been calamitous. It doesn't look very good for Rickardsson, But that's really is the most spectacular crash we have yet seen in this Grand Prix series. Knudsen up front was unaware of Armageddon going on behind. Let's watch again. You can see Knudsen comes out and gives Rickardsson almost lost it there, and that clearly has made him blood angry. As they roar around, Knudsen's in front, and Rickardsson comes down the line here, and you can see he knows the outside two have got the drop on him, and he swings out there and picks up wrists, goes into the fence, and Hans Nielsen, well, that must have been a heart-stopping moment, because Hans Nielsen had nowhere to go but down. Nielsen is on his feet. Rickardsson is down. We wonder if he is out, because he went over very awkwardly. It could have been a lot worse. It seems somehow or other that Hans Nielsen managed to get some form of brake angle. He had no brakes, of course, but he seemed to just manage to slow up somehow. He's such a strong guy when he wrenched the bike. Here it is again. Oh, Rickardsson, that was a desperate move, and we have to ask ourselves, how did Gerd Riss manage to maintain contact? And there's Hans Nielsen. The bike is bucking around in front of him there. That's Rickardsson's bike. Rickardsson is doing some acrobatics into the fence. You can see him being thrown about like a rag doll there. And the two leaders in the Grand Prix in a very unhealthy heap. Tommy Knudsen is unconcerned. He was in an incident with Hans Nielsen, remember, in a world final. But this time he didn't know what was going on. Here it is again, front on. Look at it. See the scenario that faced up to Hans Nielsen, a bike and a rider in front of him. Nielsen, of course, is made of steel. Picks himself up. Tony Rickardsson, well, we've said before, he's the world champion. But he does have these moments when he seems just to lose control. Going back to the pits there is Gundersen and Nielsen, and we wonder just how bad Rickardsson is. What a moment.
We're back here in the pits, everybody crowding round to see that incident on the pit side monitor. A horrendous crash. Yes, Tony Rickardsson picking up Gert Riss, and Hans Nielsen unable to avoid the carnage in front of him. High drama here in the pits, and we're still looking on the monitor as we see the medics still attending to Tony Rickardsson. Yes, everybody eager to get a view on that, and everyone with their own version. Mark Loren there explaining what he thought was happening, and Sam Ermolenko doing the same. Well, there's Anna, Tony Rickardsson's girlfriend, looking very concerned indeed. We're waiting for Tony to come back to the pits. But meanwhile, there's Hans flexing his left wrist. He looks okay for the rerun though.
Well, that's not such a happy picture, because out here on the track you can see there is Tony Rickardsson while he's waving to the fans. He's got a neck brace on there, doesn't bode well, but at least he acknowledges the crowd. And that really has added to the tension. Gerd Riss asking race director Ole Olsen what happens now, but Tony Rickardsson has been adjudged to be the cause of the carnage. He goes off, and this really is disastrous for him. There is Hans Nielsen, as we said, made of steel wool. He hurt his arm, but just looking at the replays again, he just seemed to be hit by the flying body of Rickardsson rather than his machinery, and he didn't really have any contact with the fence. So very, very lucky Hans Nielsen. Such a tough, such a physical performer, this guy. He's back in the action. There on the inside is Tommy Knudsen in red. How will that stoppage have affected his nerves? There is Gerd Riss, lucky to have maintained contact. So for the second time of asking, still two unbeaten riders. Heat number 18, no Rickardsson. Here we go, second time. And again, it's a clean break. And Knudsen just has to drop on Hans Nielsen, who moves out to cover Riss, which leaves a mile gap for Tommy Knudsen to go through down the inside. And he's away. And the way that bike has been performing tonight, he is not going to be caught. Nielsen, brave, bold, courageous, is second. Gerd Riss is third. Now, Hans Hans Nielsen is determined to give Knudsen a run for his money. Certainly knows sitting back here. He can't afford to with Gerd Riss, of course. These two super tuned machinery in against Hans Nielsen. Nielsen splitting him up at the moment. And this is Knudsen, and Nielsen just being detached slightly as we come into the final stage of the race. And Knudsen has gone down. We just got a picture there. Knudsen seemed to lose a chain. Something came flying off the bike, and the drama is unfolding again and again here in Ravensburg. This really is getting to be pure theatre, because Hans Nielsen, who seemed to have accepted defeat, suddenly saw his rival Tommy Knudsen sprawl in front of him, bags of time to take avoiding action. Nielsen wins it. He is unbeaten in this round. Second place is Riss. He will go, by our reckoning, into the A final. There is Tommy Knudsen. The bike had been behaving like a perfect gentleman all night, a perfect lady in fact. Then it turned out to be a bitch, because just looking very, very quickly, it looked as though he threw a chain, and that just lost him all momentum, nowhere to go but down. And there's Nielsen and Riss, but it's going to be interesting if we can see exactly what happens to Tommy Knudsen. Well, difficult to see from that angle, but certainly it looked as though the bike had lost all power. Knudsen goes down, not very tidily, but he shouldn't be hurt from that, but he had plenty of time to bail out. But the fact remains that Nielsen has won it. Let's look again. We might be able to see from this angle. Just watch. And there goes the chain. We saw the chain quite clearly come off there. The chain was thrown. It looked like a little black snake wriggling across the track. But, well, what a climax for Tommy Knudsen. He seemed to have the race in the bag. He's on his feet. He's not hurt at all. His pride is dented, perhaps. But that really was quite a dramatic Heat 18. Well, what a race.
Well, there's the variety of helmets being used by Tony Ricardson. We wonder if he's going to be able to use them later on in the B final. Yes, we reckon that despite his exclusion in the last heat, Tony will make it through to the B final, if fit, of course. We're still awaiting news here in the pits as to Tony's condition. But Hans Nielsen, well, making the most of that unfortunate chain snap from Tommy Knudsen, and Hans unbeaten, and he'll have choice of gates in the A final. That looks like Tony Ricardson's bike being pushed up and down the pit, so I think that we may see Tony in the B final. As I say, we're still awaiting official confirmation. Tommy Knudsen, well, pointing to the machine, and yes, it was the primary chain that snapped. But I don't think it's done too much damage to the bike or Tommy's chances, because we reckon he's through to the A final, although he has lost the first choice of gate positions. We also reckon that despite what happens in the next two races, Gert Riss is through to that big race.
Heat 19, there's the lineup. A point for Gustafsson would guarantee him a place in the B final. A win for Cox could see him into the B final also. Craig Boyce desperate for points on the inside. Only 3 so far. Looks destined for the D final. There we have Greg Hancock. He needs points as well. Only 4, 2 second places. Up and down, 2 second places, 2 last. Won't be happy. On the inside, boys, next to him Gustafsson. In white in grid 3 is Marvin Cox. And on the outside it is Greg Hancock. Heat 19. They really are battling here for places in the B final. There is Cox. And into that first corner they go. And it is Gustafsson who leads it. Gustafsson in front. In second place it is Marvin Cox. Down the inside we have Craig Boyce, but in yellow and black Greg Hancock isn't finished yet, and that's the way they sort it in. Hancock does a big dive around the outside, finds some extra power for somewhere. Fine piece of overtaking from him, gets by Boyce, looked like he got by Cox, just didn't quite have the legs. Swings out again, missed it again. Boyce, they're battling for every point here. This is the magic, this is the joy of this format. There are no duff races, there are no, by this stage in a one-off world final, these guys will be out of contention and they'll be virtually going through the motions. You could say here they're battling. They need every point because there are 3 more rounds to come. They've got to get a place in these finals. It is really critical. This really has worked, this format, in this way. And Henrik Gustafsson, who's had a funny old night, hasn't won a race yet. Looks like he's going to win Heat 19, which will take him into the B final. and he'll be up with the boys. If he can get into that B final with Ricardson in trouble, and Knudsen and Riss both getting points here tonight, who previously haven't been in the overall standings, well, it's wide open. But Hans Nielsen will be happy with all this. Nielsen clear in the final, has gate position choice. He's already the leader, and Tony Ricardson, his nearest rival, won't be in that A final, but Gustafsson will, and ever ready to play to the gallery. Let's look at the start again. Gustafsson is not a renowned gate crasher, gets away there. Craig Boyce, the Australian, who is very sharp from the tape, simply just hasn't got the snap or the crackle. And pop go his chances there as Gustafsson heads for the checkered flag.
Well, we're working on the various permutations down here in the pits. It doesn't get easy from this position to work out who's going in what race, but that's what it's all about. Lots of activity going on. Henke Gustafsson, we reckon, is through to the B final. We think that win guarantees it, and there's Bo Virabrand, the Swedish team manager, just coming in to add his congratulations. Henke for so long, the blue-eyed boy of Swedish Speedway, and well, I don't know if he's like Samson, but he's had that long hair cut for quite a while, and he's looking very happy indeed with his victory. Greg Hancock in pensive mood at the moment, trying to work out exactly what race he's going to finish up in.
And we're coming into the last race of the qualifying format. Of course, we have the 4 finals where the big points are at stake, and some big money as well, of course, with $10,000 going to the winner. So there's plenty of race for. And this is heat 20, where we have in white there Jan Stackman, this tall, elegant Dane, who hasn't scored a point yet. So it looks like he'll be going out of the next Grand Prix round. We've got Chris Louis, who has 4 points. He'll be in blue, looking there at Thomas Golub, this master showman from Silesia, who's worked hard for very little reward. There's Chris Louis in blue. Looking across the line, Gary Havelock's on the outside. Well, there's the start, and Louis looks like he's got the drop, and so too has Thomas Golub. And down there on the first corner has gone Gary Havelock. And the race is continuing with Louis in front. There is Javi. What a night the young master of Bradford is having. Well, you can see the start, and Chris Louis makes perhaps his best break of the evening. Thomas Golub's going with him. Stackman and Havelock are just out of this frame at the moment. They just seem to maybe just make some contact. Down has gone Gary Havelock, and this has been a nightmare. Well, the referee, Roy Otto, the Norwegian, has said it's a first bend incident. It's a curiosity of the rulebook, because there's nothing in the rulebook about first bend bunching, but there he goes, all 4 back in. Heat number 20. There is Stackman. Well, we wonder if Chris Louis can repeat the dose, because he certainly had his best start of the evening at the first time of asking. Golub will spread eagle them if he can get the line. Away they go again. And this time it is Stackman who gets away. Stackman, but coming hard down the curve there. It is first Louis and then Gary Havelock, who seem to be right over the white line. And Golub, again, is at the back. There's a rare ding-dong going on for the minor placements, but Louis leads it. And they're really tearing great lumps off each other here with Havelock and Stackman and Thomas Golub. The pole, who we remind you won the first round in Ratsworth. He's found the going very tough. He's been perhaps the best value for money guy in terms of entertainment, and certainly 1 or 2 unexpected gestures. Working so hard. Havelock now up into second place. Oof, Havelock still looking down at that motor. Reminder that Chris Louis is leading. This is the battle for the minor placings with Havelock and Stackman. Looks like Stackman might pick up his first point of the night. This is Chris Louis. We'll take him on to 7 points. Not his greatest evening. He wins it. Second place, it is the battling Havelock. Didn't give up there. Third place was Jan Stackman. What can we say about Thomas Gollum? Well, he's given us plenty to cheer about and plenty to talk about. But he's going to have to only get into the D final. There's the start again. Jan Stackman has made his best start of the whole tournament so far. Look at Gary Havelock, came across the grass there. But Chris Louis just had the better line. And Gollum, as always, ducking and weaving at the back.
So we've had the 20 qualifying heats, and looking at that man there, Chris Louis, we reckon, we're awaiting official confirmation, but we reckon that that victory there in heat number 20 has seen him through to the B final on the countback system, looking back at previous results in the earlier Grand Prix rounds. Yes, we reckon that he's ahead of Sam Ermolenko and Marvin Cox, and although level on points tonight, that will put Chris into the B final. But we're going to have to wait official confirmation for that. Gary Havelock having a nightmare evening, despite his second place there. No, I think he's going to be in the D final. He won't pick up many Grand Prix points, nor will this man with the 13.25 on his race jacket yet again, Thomas Gollum. Well, he's been magnificent value tonight, but we reckon too he's in the D final. Well, there's Tony Rickardson back in the pits. Looks as if Tony is going to take his place in the B final, and that's great news indeed.
I was moving out. Yeah. I didn't know it was you or Gert.
Listen, you coming up.
You just fresh show. Why? Tony, vi får kvar stopper en røg op til det første. Det var jo sjovt. Det var helt, det var jo ingenting. Jeg er ikke
So that's the way they stand after 5 races each. We now come to the crunch. Hans Nielsen, Tommy Knudsen, Gurdvis, Billy Hamill. That will be the A final. In the B final, Henrik Gustafsson, Andy Smith, Tony Rickardson and Chris Louis, on the strength of his previous record, gets the nod ahead of Sam Ermolenko and Marvin Cox, who will ride in the C final. This is the D final. On the inside, Thomas Gollum will be hoping maybe Lady Luck will smile gently towards him. Gary Havelock, who's been battling and seemed to be picking up some spirit in his last ride. Craig Boyce in white, right on the outside of his grid. He needs to make a start, boys. He hasn't really hit the front all night. And on the outside, Jan Stackman, the Dane, who looks destined maybe to drop out in the next round. That's the D final, of course. All these points are critical. Boyce needs to win. Boyce needs to win it in order to stay in the competition as well. Jan Stackman is on the outside. This is the D final. Away they go, and it looks like Boyce has just got the edge from grid 3. Gollum just didn't manage to get up to him. Boyce makes his first start of the night, and Boyce is going away. In second place there, it is Thomas Gollum. In third place, it is Gary Havelock, and at the back it is Jan Stackman. And the D finalists are really getting stuck in again. You can see there, Havelock and Stackman. Every point is so important to these guys. But this is much better news for Craig Boyce. The word is that he's switched back again to an upright motor. He really has got to make up his mind, the lad, because he looks much more comfortable, and doesn't he look so much more confident when he's in front? There is Boyce, of course, will be hoping to maintain his position in the Grand Prix until we get to the final rounds, which are going into London, when many Australian fans will be heading a long way, 12,000 miles to watch him. The battle at the back with Havelock and with Stackman, but no real problem here for Boyce up front. This is the battle for the minor placings, and Havelock is hanging on in there. There's going to be a count back on his points, whether he maintains contact with the competition. But Craig Boyce it was who at last made a start, and once he got in front, was never really troubled. Well, Thomas Golub, second place, as we've said. He's given us plenty to talk about and think about, but drawn 13, and we wonder, is that going to be unlucky for him? Here's the start again. Watch Boyce in 3 in the white helmet. It's again a very even break, and Boyce just gets that half wheel. Golub is doing some rodeo stuff down the inside. Gary Havelock has made a dreadful start. Really are golden action pictures.
Well, back here in the pits, I think we're going to have the sight of a very happy Australian in just a moment. Craig Boyce winning the D final, and we reckon that will guarantee him a place in the 4th Grand Prix in Sweden next month. And Billy Hamill adding his congratulations there, as does Neil Vatcher, Craig's trusty mechanic who's been on his side for quite a few years. And yes, Craig feeling a lot happier after that victory. Well, Thomas Golub, entertainment all night. Not too many Grand Prix points to show for him though tonight, but there's a picture of misery in the form of Gary Havelock.
Onto the C final on the inside, Sam Ermolenko, red from America. Grid 2, Marvin Cox, the German-based Brit. He will be in blue. Grid 3 has Mark Laram in white. There he is in close-up. And on the outside, Greg Hancock, yellow and black from the United States of America, and Cradley Heath. The C final, again, a reminder that every point now is ultra important, and of course it means money as well. It means big bucks. So everything to go for as this 3rd round of the 1995 Grand Prix reaches its climax. There is Mark Laram, who won't be overjoyed with his performance, but he could do his confidence and his situation a whole lot of good if he can get something from this C final. Here we go, the C final. And that's a terrible start from Laram, and it is in fact in front Marvin Cox and Sam Ermolenko from the inside grids who get away, and they're shoulder to shoulder as they hit the 3rd corner with Sam Ermolenko in front. Marvin Cox going out after him now in 3rd place. It is Laram and Hancock at the back, and the battle is thoroughly joined now between Ermolenko and Cox, and Marvin Cox has burst down the inside of Sam Ermolenko. Mark Laram tries to get down the curve as well, and again they are absolutely giving nothing away here. Laram looks to be in some concern about his equipment, looking down there quite noticeably. Up front, Marvin Cox, who really rode a beautiful first couple of laps, and you can see there Mark Laram looking down. There is some kind of problem with Sam Ermolenko in close attendance and Greg Hancock not that much further back. You can see Laram has another look. He must be worried. He's risking his motor here. He's keeping it going. Clearly he's got a problem. He's looking around, he's looking down, and wow, you keep your fingers crossed for him, because if he keeps going and the bike is in wide, he's got every chance that it might blow. And it has gone. It's gone on the very last corner. That is absolutely diabolical luck. Mark Laram clearly in trouble. Cox was away. Laram was in 2nd place. He knew he was in trouble. He kept the bike going. He was, what, 20 yards from the line? And he only collects the points for last place. It was the chain. We believe it could well have been a blow, but it was the chain. So we can see there he's looking over and hoping they're a mile back, because he could have cruised over the line. But that really is the most cruel luck. And well, Sam Ermolenko does not look gift horses in the mouth. And Laram is saying, "You're a lucky so-and-so." So the drama continues here in Abendsburg. We're having quite a meeting.
Well, making his way back to the pits, as you can see, is Mark Loram. Must be bitterly disappointed with that. We do believe it was his primary chain that snapped. We'll give you confirmation on that in a moment, but no problems at all for Marvin Cox. He'll be very happy with that, giving us the thumbs up, having won the C final. Yes, dreadful bad luck on Mark Loram, but well, Cocker, he's very happy indeed, as is Otto Weiss, his engine tuner. I think Otto Weiss is also tuning the engines of Henke Gustafsson, hence the T-shirt that he's wearing tonight. Marvin Cox, ever the professional, as you can see behind him, his sponsor's board. But there's the man with all the bad luck in that C final, Mark Loram. He'll be philosophical about that, but he won't be very happy. I expect Norrie Allen will try and sort out the problem, and yes, as we suspected, it was a broken primary chain. Sudden scent, but there's always next time.
Into the B final, and there, quite remarkably, is Tony Rickardsson, who we saw carted off after that calamitous crash, but he's come out, and it takes a man of very special courage to do that. It again shows just how critical these points are. He's in grid 3. As we look across the line, they've got Henrik Gustafsson in red. He's on the inside in pole. Andy Smith, having his best Grand Prix round yet, is in blue in grid 2. The brave Rickardsson, who must be shaken up, he's in grid 3, and Chris Louis, who's won a couple of races but just can't really stitch any consistency into his form here in Ravensburg, he's on the outside in yellow and black. The B final, Gustafsson on the inside, there is Rickardsson, and Rickardsson knows he's going to lose ground on Hans Nielsen, but it's an extraordinary act of bravery just to compete. Here we go, the B final. A crisp break, it's Andy Smith that's away. Smith is away. Rickardsson takes out Chris Louis at the first turn, but that allows Henrik Gustafsson to do a very clever tactical piece of cornering down the inside. He's away. Here comes Rickardsson trying to bore a hole down the inside of Andy Smith, but it is Gustafsson who's found his form and his pace late on here in Ravensburg. He won his last ride. He's looking good here. Could take him up. Very much in touch with the leaders. And we can see there Rickardsson is in trouble and running out of steam. Rickardsson, who battled so bodily, but now I think it's getting to him, and while it would be incorrect to say he's thrown in the towel, it's an act of terrific courage just to compete, and that really deserves the greatest of acclaim, that he is going to get nothing apart from the points from heat number 23, the B final. He'll only pick up for finishing 4th here, as they're in line of beam now. Gustafsson has had quite an interesting night, and he will move up the placing. 2nd place, Andy Smith's had a good night as well, been the best of the Brits. And in 3rd place, it is Chris Louis. And Chris will drop out, by our reckoning, or drop a couple of places. We have to get the slide rules out. Of course, Gustafsson goes over with the customary wheelie celebration. Chris Louis, well, he was looking to be Britain's best bet with Mark Loram, but neither of them have really been on the pace completely here in Ravensburg. Gustafsson will look at the start again with Tony Rickardsson. The legs spray out behind him there, trailing the legs. He really has a go, but Andy Smith has jumped into the lead here, and Rickardsson moves out to take out Chris Louis, who was up with him, and Andy Smith looked to be in the better position on the corner here, but he too swung out. The outside riders in blue, white and yellow all drifted out to mid-track and out of our frame. It was Gustafsson who did some curve crawling. We'll watch it again. You can see Andy Smith was on one wheel. But Gustafsson, it's a really nifty piece of inside cornering. Look, he hardly moved inches off that line. Well, the whole field was looking for each other. Henrik Gustafsson was looking for one thing, the checkered flag.
Well, back here in the pits, the tension beginning to mount as we await the A final, the big race of the night. But there's a very happy young Swede, Henrik Gustafsson, winner of the B final, and I think that I'm right in saying that gives him 15 Grand Prix points tonight. But Tony Rickardsson limping away there. All too much for him in the end, but what a brave decision to take his place in the B final, even if he didn't finish. No problems for his fellow countryman, Henrik Gustafsson, 15 points overall, and that keeps him in overall contention.
Well, that's what they're racing for, silverware-wise. A very handsome trophy. In fact, very handsome trophies, but of course it's points that they'll be looking for here as we come into the A final. And again, we have got, well, perhaps not the final we had been anticipating. We've got Hans Nielsen and Tommy Knudsen from Denmark. We've got Gerd Riss, the wild card, and we could hardly have expected that. And Billy Hamel in his second successive A final. And in keeping with the drama and the theatre of this occasion, the riders are coming around to select their gate position, and of course it will be Hans Nielsen, unbeaten during the meeting, although he will admit he was lucky to grab that victory over Tommy Knudsen after Tommy threw a chain. Riss, well, the bike has seemed jet propelled. Be interesting if he wins it, because then we would have the prospect of the next round without a firmer winner. And that really isn't particularly good for the overall image of this competition, you may agree. So Hans Nielsen, age 35, the oldest man in the field, doing a spot of gardening there. He can choose any gate. Well, the gates have been pretty steady, pretty fair, no real favourites. But I would rather fancy that Nielsen knows from the inside, if he just has the edge, he can totally control that first corner. Has a look at 2. Not a lot of dirt there in 3, and I think for him to choose the outside is about 66 to 1. Thorough professional, been around at the top for so long. Yeah, the inside, well, that is not entirely unexpected. So there we have this German Gerd Riss, who certainly had the most auspicious night of his career. Came in as the wild card. He's been an honest performer in British League Speedway and on the international scene, but very, very few would have predicted he would make the A final. He's going for grid 3. And Tommy Knudsen having a good look. Again, he's got the choice of 2. I think he'll take the outside. It's an interesting decision from Knudsen, because he knows that Nielsen's on the inside and he will move out if he gets the drop. And he might get a better line from the outside, because if he gets squeezed up between Nielsen and Riss, then he could be left in a disadvantageous position at the first corner. He's going to take that risk. He's gambling that his machinery is quick enough to get him to the first corner ahead of Nielsen. If Nielsen's got the drop, then he's going to be the meat and the sandwich. And nowhere left for Billy Hamel to go but the outside. This is Hamel's second successive final, and it's the second time he's got the outside gate by our recollection. And disappointment in a way for the travelling British fans. This is the first A final we've seen yet. This is the 3rd round, remember, without an English rider. Germany has not really been a particularly happy hunting ground for English riders over the years. We've had some real calamities in World Cup finals in Germany over the years. But they all come alike to Hans Nielsen, daddy-to-be. Already has a daughter, Daisy, a lovely wife, Suzanne, who's been at his side for many years now. He had a knock. The word from the pits is he's shrugged it off completely. He really is a very, very fit and muscular guy, not in the conventional physical shape of Speedway riders. I've always said sort of good little jockeys, but Nilsson is well built, tall and strong, very, very strong, muscular legs, shoulders like a bull. Tommy Knudsen, neat and tidy, much more the conventional physical shape of a Speedway rider, but very, very, his confidence is absolutely sky high. He knows he's on a flying machine. He's reckoning he can beat his old adversary, Hans Nielsen, up to the first corner. If he does, then he's a very, very difficult man to catch. Here is Nielsen. Nielsen, we have to say, has been guilty, in our view, in the past couple of A finals, of concentrating more on his opponents and just getting his head down and going. We wonder what he's going to do here. He's on the inside. Be sure, if he gets the line up to the first corner, then the back wheel and the elbows will swing out, and it's going to be no joyride for anybody outside him. And these are moments of pleasurable tension. It is like the moment before somebody at Ballyclava gave the signal for the light brigade to go. We never knew who it was at Ballyclava, but it's going to be Roy Otto, the referee, who gives the signal here. Billy Hamill on the outside. Nielsen, composed, been through it all before, done it before. His third successive final, hasn't won one yet, but still the overall leader. Knudsen, outsider, but always a quality performer. Gerd Riss had no chance of reaching this stage, we thought, at the start. There he is in the final. That's the beauty of Speedway and this Grand Prix system. He's in white, could win it. Wouldn't that cause a surprise? On the outside, Billy Hamill. It's wonderful. It's kept us all guessing. The experts really would not have predicted the Grand Prix unfolding like this. Now they're coming under orders, and these are the moments of absolute sheer tension. There is Knudsen. He's got it out in front of Nielsen, who's going to show, and it is Knudsen who's just had to drop. The machinery has got him there first, and he is in front, and Nielsen is second. There was a rare ding-dong as they split and duck and dive, and there's Gerd Riss in third place, and Billy Hamill at the back, but Tommy Knudsen gets away, and that's Anton Nischler Tune machinery really just had the extra little bit of action there up to the first corner, and Nielsen is being dropped, and Hamill is having a rare old dig at Gerd Riss for the odd points. Remember that Hamill is still very much involved in this Grand Prix, though Gerd Riss, unless he gets a surprise wildcard nomination elsewhere, will be added almost overcooked there. Hamill really grabbed a lot of throttle, and now Nielsen is under some kind of attack from both Riss and Hamill, and we wonder, oh, that's a beautiful piece of cornering there from Billy Hamill. He shot through Gerd Riss, just momentarily lost concentration. Can't do that in an A final. But look at Tommy Knudsen. Look at him go. Look at the distance. Has Nielsen settled for second place? Third time if he hasn't yet won an A final, but he'll extend his lead, and Tommy Knudsen is the man who completes an evening of sheer magic for him. So convincing, so smooth, so stylish, in command. He gambled with his gait. Nielsen is the first to congratulate him. What an unexpected winner, but what a stylish one. And who would have thought at the halfway stage we have had three winners: Thomas Golub, Billy Hamill, and now Tommy Knudsen. Who would have thought that those three would be our first three winners? Who would have thought that Hans Nielsen has yet to win an A final? It's a wonderful competition and fascinating to conjecture what's going to happen next. Knudsen should just about stay in by our slide rule reckonings, but these are terrific moments for this likeable kid from Denmark, for so long, of course, part of the success structure at Coventry Stadium. He hasn't been in British Speedway for a couple of years. He had a very, very serious back injury sustained in Australia, which looked to have finished his career. In fact, he retired and took a medical kind of get fit practice. Gerd Riss is across there to say well done. Gerd Riss has been a terrific competitor. Just look at it again. There's the start. These are the microseconds when this A final was won and lost, and Hans Nielsen just hasn't got the power. And just that little bit of extra there from Knudsen takes him clear. And from that moment, whenever he saw daylight, he only had one thing in mind, that checkered flag and $10,000. Nielsen has the front wheel over the white line, but there's no catching Tommy Knudsen, as they say at Brandon during his heyday, as they held him rock on Tommy. But it may not be rock and roll, but it's a night of sweet music for Tommy Knudsen. All right, the victory celebrations. We'll watch it again. Hans Nielsen just didn't have that bit of extra. Took too long on his back wheel. And the power build-up from Knudsen's unit really is super impressive. It's been a night of the tuners. Be interesting to see how many of these guys want to go to Michelin now. But as always with Speedway, it just isn't about machinery. It's about men as well. You can have the fastest horse in the world, but the jockey's got to ride it. And it's the same with machinery. Hans Nielsen, though, has increased his lead. By our reckoning, he's now 8 points clear. And he's crafty old fox. He's doing all that's necessary. He'd like to win, but of course, the Grand Prix circus, we say that in the most advanced form of the word, rolls on now to Linköping in Sweden, where he is very familiar. And of course, he's home in Voyens. And of course he's perfectly at home in British Speedway. Now the victory celebrations. Knudsen wins it. Hans Nielsen is second, but has increased his lead overall in the standings. Billy Hamel, again, well, had Hamel been involved right the way through, then he would at this stage certainly have been Hans Nielsen's biggest threat. While riders like Ricardson and Gustafsson are just having problems with their consistency, Hans Nielsen, like old man River, just keeps rolling along. Ole Olsen there, the race director, he must be very happy the way this Grand Prix system is going. And it looks like we're going to have more exciting news about the British round, because we believe that's about to be moved to a new super stadium at Hackney, so it really is bubbling along. And such is the popularity of this Grand Prix, we've got more photographers than Lady Diana. Josh Fassens there from the FIM, just a glimpse of him on the right of your picture. Gunter Sorber. Well, the FIM took rather a gamble with this Grand Prix, and it was not without its critics. But you have to say at this halfway stage, it's been an unqualified success and unpredictable. There's the smile of a very happy man. Getting married too, what a wonderful wedding present. Next time we see him, we'll be back from his honeymoon. Little wonder the Danes are celebrating. Knudsen, who so often has been the nearly man in major events, but tonight is going to be his night. Billy Hamel will be well satisfied with his night's work. Very much involved now in this Grand Prix. He started as a reserve, but he's proving to be a very impressive competitor. Hamel takes third place, some silverware. Well, Nielsen, second again, but his game plan, we're sure, is bowling along nicely. Increases his lead overall. He has his home round to come. Who would bet against him in Voyens? Who would bet against him anywhere? He still hasn't won an A final. Tommy Knudsen has a sweet taste of honey. So confident on that machinery, and once again machinery has played a major part in a motorcycle event in Germany. The Germans, such ace tuners, and not Tommy, we know, is the first to acknowledge, and one wonders just what the situation would be had he been fit for all the Grand Prix, and had he had that Anton Michler tune motor, it would have been close at the top. Well, again, these are always emotional moments. As the national anthem of Denmark, we've heard that in World Speedway many, many times. And now our man Nigel Pearson talks to the winner.
Tommy Knudsen is with us. Tommy, congratulations. How do you feel?
Brilliant. I can't believe it. I mean, winning is such a great present. Well, actually, I'm getting married next Saturday, so it's the best wedding present that I could ever have. And better still, I'm in for next round in Sweden, which I was not too sure about.
That's right. You said to us before the meeting here, didn't you, that the first priority was to make sure you were in the Swedish round, but you've done it in some style.
Well, I knew I had to certainly be in the top three, but then I was relying on the results of some of the other riders, and it just worked out right.
Okay, what was the magic formula tonight, Tommy? Was it a relaxed attitude and good machinery, or what? Can you put your finger on what went right?
Certainly. Number one, machinery. I've just had a new engine from German tuner Anton Niesler, and it was, well, it's the best bike I've ever ridden, you know, and I was in good form today as well, and a combination, it just worked out good for me. I just wish now that I'd had this bike 2 months ago, then it would have looked a bit different, I think, today.
Of course, but you've still proved tonight that you were still a world-class performer, and you must be happy with that.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Certainly I've proved a lot to myself and also to some other people, and now I can start looking ahead to the next round in Sweden.
I think you've also proved that you can handle pressure as well, because you felt the pressure early on with the fact that you wanted to make sure of that Swedish round, and you handled it very well.
Well, I knew really I needed to win, but if I was very lucky, a second or third place might have been enough. But as it is, I had to win because I was level with another rider. I'm not even sure who it was, and I made it.
Anyway, enjoy the evening. Many congratulations, and all the best for the rest of the series.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hans, you're the third time second, but I think you can be content because your leadership in the Grand Prix is now bigger than it was before.
Yeah, we keep going this way until the last round, we'll be happy. But, well, it was 2 second place and 1 third, but yes, you know, as I said last time, I said before this Grand Prix series, I believe that if I can finish in the final every time, then hopefully the other guys will sort of, some of them will qualify one day and not another, which has, so far proven the case. So obviously I'm happy. I would have liked to have won today, of course, but I felt I was going good enough. But I had a few problems on the road. The first couple of races, it was going okay, but I wasn't 100% happy with my bike, so I rode another bike after that. That was going a lot better. But then, of course, with the crash, that got all bent up. So I had to take another bike, of course, for the final, and I actually then took out my third bike and rode that in the final because, as I said, I wasn't really happy with that first one. So I probably got mixed up a little bit. I just lifted too much at the start of the last one, and probably just made it and laid the bike down in front of us, so on me, so I couldn't get through. So So, well done to Tommy, great ride, and you know, in the circumstances, of course, yes, I've got to say that it's fortunate that, although it's not a nice way for it to happen, that obviously Tony didn't get so many points today, but of course, it's never nice to see anybody crashes, and of course, I was involved in it myself, so we were all very lucky that we didn't get hurt. So, you know, so far so good.
Thank you, Hans Nielsen. The third today, Billy Hamill. Billy Hamill, you started the season as a reserve rider, but then you won the Grand Prix Austria. Today, no Grand Prix win, but under the Prix again. Are you content?
Yeah, I am very content. Obviously, another win would have been nice, but you know, it was a hard race with Gerd for third. You know, we were all battling. I was looking for a gap everywhere, but every time I went to go through one, Gerd just happened to be there. And you know, it was a tough first turn. Obviously, with all four of us going in, I was caught on the outside and just looking for a gap. And Tommy got his wheels in line before the rest of us, and that's all she wrote. But, you know, Ole Olsen's done a great job. I'm very proud to be a part of this Grand Prix situation. I think it was another success, and it was, I think Ole's done a great job. A lot of hard work's gone into it, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Thank you, Billy Hamill. Der nächste Fahrer, next one, we come to Tony Rickardsson. Tony Rickardsson hat heute keinen sehr glücklichen Tag gehabt. You did not be very lucky today, but I think for you the main thing today is really you're not injured.
Yeah, that's right, and first I'd like to congratulate all these guys who are doing a really good meeting today, and all the best for them in the future. Like we were saying, you know, things went really good my way. I broke my primary chain in my second ride, and I jump on the spare bike because we found out the canter shop on a bit. So things were started looking better after I got my second bike, also doing my third and fourth ride, and if I can have a win in the last one, I managed to come to the A final, but unfortunately it went like it went, but I'm glad I didn't get more in than I did.
Well, now the victory celebrations and a quite scandalous waste of good liquor. The magic moments for Tommy Knudsen, Billy Hamill and Hans Nielsen. And there's that quite incredible controversial moments between Thomas Goller in the blue helmet, Henrik Gustafsson, when the hand goes out, and Thomas Goller proves that he really is a pole apart. And there are the Grand Prix points acquired this evening in this third round. And we look at the overall standing, you can see Hans Nielsen has increased his lead over Tony Rickardsson. Henrik Gustafsson has moved up into third place. Then we have Mark Ram and Billy Hamill on 41, Chris Louis losing a bit of ground on 40, Thomas Goller on 38, Sam Ermolenko on 35. The celebrations will go on long into the night. The Danes will have their lager out. Stay with us, we'll be back in Sweden. Watch the Grand Prix with rerun video.